Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Eclipse Wizardry, presenting to you today, what if Daphne Greengrass kissed Harry at age 8 and ancient Slytherin blood law declared him her eternal lord? Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, the Greengrass estate in Wiltshire smelled like cut grass and something older, stone warmed by decades of summer sun, old wards humming just beneath the air like a second heartbeat. It was the kind of place that made you feel small in a good way, if you were used to magic. If you weren't, it just made you feel small. Harry Potter was not used to magic. He was 8 years old, his trainers were 2 sizes too big because they'd been Dudley's first, and he was standing very still near a stone wall covered in climbing roses because that was the strategy he developed at every adult gathering the Dursleys dragged him to: find a wall, stand near it, don't attract attention, wait for it to be over. The problem was that this gathering was different. The Dursleys hadn't brought him here. He wasn't entirely sure how he'd gotten here at all. It had started with a letter. Not to him, to Mrs. Figg, his neighbor, the one who smelled like cats and made him look at pictures of them whenever Aunt Petunia needed him out of the house. He'd been sitting in her kitchen when a hawk, not an owl, a hawk, had dropped an envelope through the open window and landed on the table like it owned the place. Mrs. Figg had read the letter, gone very still, and then looked at Harry with an expression he didn't have a name for yet. He'd learn later it was called reckoning. "You're going to a party," she'd said. "I don't go to parties." "You do now." She'd dressed him in the least terrible of the hand-me-down options available, which wasn't saying much, and then she'd done something remarkable. She'd touched the hawk's leg, muttered something, and the world had folded sideways and deposited them both at the edge of a long gravel drive leading up to a house that looked like it had been built by someone who took the word manor as a personal challenge. Then Mrs. Figg had spotted someone she apparently needed to speak with urgently and had disappeared, leaving Harry alone with his rose wall strategy and a lawn full of adults in expensive robes talking about things he didn't understand. The children were down near the pond. He could see them from here, maybe 10 kids, ranging from about his age to 12 or 13, doing what children do at events like this, which is to say ignoring the adults completely and running a parallel social world with its own politics and cruelties. He'd assessed it from a distance. There was a clear hierarchy. A boy with platinum hair was holding court near the water. A few younger kids were chasing something that kept turning into something else. 2 girls were sitting on a stone bench apart from the others, the older one reading, the younger one clearly trying to get the older one to stop. Harry stayed by his wall. He was good at watching. Living with the Dursleys had made him excellent at it: reading rooms, reading people, understanding which way the mood was blowing before it blew. He could tell you which adult on this lawn was drunk, which was bored, which was performing happiness for someone else's benefit. It was a useful skill. It was also a lonely one. "You're doing it wrong." He turned. The younger of the 2 girls from the stone bench was standing 3 feet away, looking at him with the direct, uncomplicated assessment of a child who hadn't yet learned to pretend she wasn't looking. She was maybe 6, with dark blonde hair in 2 braids and a dress that probably cost more than everything Harry owned, and she was studying him the way he'd been studying the lawn, clinically, curiously, without apology. "Doing what wrong?" Harry said. "The standing near the wall thing." She gestured at his position. "You're too visible. If you actually don't want people to notice you, you should stand behind the roses, not in front of them. There's a gap about 4 feet that way." She pointed helpfully. Harry looked where she was pointing. She was right. There was a natural alcove in the climbing roses, almost invisible unless you were specifically looking. "How do you know about it?" he asked. "I use it," she said simply. "I'm Astoria. Astoria Greengrass." She stuck out her hand with the gravity of someone conducting formal business. He shook it. "Harry. Harry Potter." Something moved across her face, not the wide-eyed recognition he'd get used to in 3 years, when he stepped onto the Hogwarts Express for the first time. More like a flicker of something being filed away. I know who you are, she said. You don't know about magic yet, do you? No, Harry said, because there wasn't any point lying to someone who just out-strategized him about hiding spots. But you have it. Daphne says you have loads of it. She says she can feel it. Astoria looked back toward the stone bench, where the older girl, Daphne, was still reading or pretending to. She doesn't usually say things like that about people. Your sister? Yes. She's 8 too. Same as you. Another direct look. She's been watching you since you arrived. She thinks you haven't noticed. I noticed, Harry said. Astoria grinned. It transformed her whole face. She went from solemn little diplomat to completely delighted. I knew you had. She looked back at her sister again, calculating. Harry recognized the look. It was the look of someone about to do something inadvisable. I dare you, Astoria said, loudly enough that it carried. The girl on the bench, Daphne, looked up from her book. Her eyes were pale gray and extremely irritated. Astoria. I dare you, Astoria repeated, with the serene confidence of a 6-year-old who has identified leverage and intends to use it, to go say hello to Harry Potter. I know how to say hello to people. I dare you to kiss him. The silence that followed was the specific kind that happens when a child says something that lands in a register beyond what anyone expected. Daphne's expression went from irritated to mortified to something that was trying very hard to be above it all and not quite getting there. 2 of the children near the pond had looked over. Harry, for his part, was mostly just watching to see what happened next. He didn't have a strong opinion about being kissed. He'd never been kissed. The Dursleys were not a kissing family unless you counted the way Aunt Petunia smothered Dudley with affection, which Harry preferred not to think about. Daphne closed her book. Set it precisely on the bench beside her. Stood up, and walked over, and Harry registered her properly for the first time, not just as one of the 2 girls he'd catalogued from a distance, but as an actual person. She was neat in the way that suggested it took effort. Her robes were perfect. Her hair was a darker gold than Astoria's, pulled back with a precision that seemed very deliberate for someone their age. She had the same pale gray eyes as her sister, but where Astoria's had been openly curious, Daphne's were guarded in a way that seemed practiced. Like she'd decided to be guarded and was committed to it. She stopped in front of Harry. Looked at him with an expression that said this was happening on her terms, dare or no dare, universe or no universe. Hello, she said. Hello, he said. She studied him for a moment, really looked at him, in a way that wasn't the same as gawking at the scar on his forehead, which he was already used to from people who knew who he was. She wasn't looking at the scar. She was looking at him. Then she leaned forward and kissed him on the cheek. It lasted maybe 1 second. It was the kind of kiss that is clearly intended to be brief, perfunctory, a dare completed and immediately filed away as not a big deal. Except something happened. Harry felt it first as warmth, a spreading heat from where her lips had touched his cheek, moving outward through him in a wave that was nothing like the accidental magic he'd experienced before. Those had been cold-hot flashes, sharp as static electricity, reactive. This was something else. This was intentional, in the way that a deep river is intentional. It moved like it knew where it was going. Daphne stepped back, and her eyes were wide. Not with embarrassment. With something else entirely. The air between them shimmered. Just for a second, just the barest visible disturbance, like heat haze off summer tarmac. Then it was gone. Did you feel? She started. Yes, Harry said. Astoria, who had been watching all of this with the attention of a scientist observing an experiment, looked between them with an expression that was half triumphant and half something more careful. What happened? She asked. Nothing, Daphne said, with the conviction of someone who has decided the correct response to something they don't understand is to classify it as nothing and move on. She picked up her book. She sat back down. She opened it to a page Harry was fairly certain she'd already read. Harry touched his cheek. The warmth was fading, but slowly, like sunlight after the cloud passes, the stone still holding the heat for a while after. He went back to his wall. Not Astoria's better hiding spot, his original wall. He stood there and thought about warmth and rivers and the way Daphne Greengrass had looked at him like she was reading something nobody else could see. Mrs. Figg found him an hour later, when the adults were gathering to say complicated, layered goodbyes that involved many allusions to things Harry wasn't supposed to understand. She looked at him with that same reckoning expression. "How was it?" she asked. "Fine," Harry said. "Then, who was the letter from?" "The one this morning." A pause. "Someone who thought it was important for you to come." "Why?" "Old magic," she said, which told him nothing. "Come on, then. Let's get you home." He looked back once, as they walked down the gravel drive. Daphne was standing on the front steps of the manor, the book held against her chest, watching him leave. She didn't wave. He didn't wave. But they looked at each other for a moment across the summer lawn, and something about it felt strangely complete, like the end of a first sentence, the comma that promises more is coming. Then the world folded sideways, and he was back in Mrs. Figg's kitchen smelling like cats and cut grass, and the afternoon felt like something he'd imagined. He didn't imagine it. 3 years passed the way years do when you're a child with no one paying the right kind of attention, fast in retrospect and sometimes brutally slow in the living. Harry grew. The Dursleys were who they were. The cupboard under the stairs accumulated the ordinary miseries of its occupation, and Harry developed the skills of someone who has to be very self-sufficient very early. He learned to cook well enough to eat properly when he wasn't being punished, he learned to read everything he could get his hands on from school libraries, and he learned that if you were quiet enough and still enough, adults would talk about almost anything around you as though you weren't there. He heard Aunt Petunia cry once, in the kitchen late at night, over a cup of tea she didn't know he could see from the hallway. She was crying over a photograph, old, creased, 2 girls in a garden. He couldn't see the faces from where he was. He watched her put it away in the drawer under the cutlery where she kept things she couldn't throw out and couldn't look at, and he went back to his cupboard and lay on his cot and thought about what it meant to have magic in a family that didn't want it. He thought about Daphne Greengrass sometimes. Not obsessively. He was 8, then 9, then 10 years old, and he had more pressing concerns, like whether Dudley's gang would find him before he made it to school and whether the warmth he felt sometimes, at odd moments, with no clear source, was something he should be worried about. It happened irregularly. A flush of something, spreading from the left side of his face outward, exactly like the first time. He'd catalogued it the way he catalogued everything, noted it, set it aside, waited to understand it better. He was still waiting when the letter came. His letter. The one with the green ink and the wax seal, addressed in a way that was completely impossible and therefore exactly the sort of thing that happened to him, in a world that kept insisting it was mundane. Mr. H. Potter, The Cupboard Under the Stairs, 4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. They knew about the cupboard. Whoever they were, they knew. And something about that, being seen that precisely, broke something open in his chest that he hadn't known was closed. The Dursleys' response to the letters was everything he might have predicted, which is to say increasingly unhinged. Vernon's face cycling through colors. The boarding up of the letter slot. The retreat to the hotel. The island. And then the door coming off its hinges in the middle of the night and the largest human being Harry had ever seen folding himself through the doorway with a cake and a bent umbrella and the most important sentence anyone had ever said to him, "Harry, you're a wizard." He'd known, of course. On some level, he'd known since he was 8 years old standing in a Wiltshire garden feeling warmth spreading through him like a current. But knowing and being told were different things, and he sat in that leaning hut with rain on the roof and read his letter and felt something that was not quite joy and not quite grief but lived in the neighborhood of both, the feeling of a door finally opening that you'd been pressing your hand against for years. He had one question, once Hagrid had finished explaining the essential shape of it. Not about his parents' death, not about the scar, not about Dumbledore or Voldemort or any of it. Those questions were there, but they were large and would take time to approach. His first question was, is there a library at Hogwarts? Hagrid blinked. Best one in Britain, I reckon. Good, Harry said. I need to look something up. Diagon Alley was overwhelming in the specific way that things are overwhelming when they're exactly what you needed without knowing you needed them. Harry moved through it in a state of controlled astonishment. There was too much to look at and he refused to look like he couldn't handle it, so he catalogued methodically. Gringotts first, and the vault, and the weight of gold that had apparently been waiting for him for a decade. The wandmaker's shop, where Mr. Ollivander looked at him with eyes like old moons and said things about wands that Harry suspected had a second meaning he wasn't positioned to decode yet. 11 inches, holly, phoenix feather. Brother wands. He bought books beyond the required list with his own money, the first time in his life he'd spent money on himself, and he chose carefully, the way you do when you've been book poor for years. He found a text on ancient wizarding law. He found a slim volume on blood magic theory. He bought both without entirely knowing why, just feeling the pull of them in the same way he felt the recurring warmth sometimes, directional, specific, not random. He was buying robes, being fitted by a measuring tape with opinions, when he heard it. Stop fidgeting. I'm not fidgeting. The tape is doing something weird to my elbow. The tape measures, it doesn't cause problems with your elbow. Stand still. He knew the voice. He knew the second voice too, lower, slightly aggrieved. He turned carefully in his standing position on the fitting platform and looked across the shop. Daphne Greengrass was standing on a fitting platform of her own, 3 years older than the girl by the garden wall, and recognizably the same person. The precise posture. The guarded gray eyes. The deliberate stillness. She was being fitted for school robes, and standing beside her watching with unconcealed delight was Astoria, who had apparently spent 3 years growing considerably in confidence, if that was even possible. Astoria saw him first. He watched her see him, watched the recognition, then the delight, then the very specific expression of someone about to cause a scene for fun. Harry Potter, she said, loudly enough that 3 other people in the shop turned around. Daphne's head turned. Their eyes met. He watched the guarded expression fracture, just for a moment, just the smallest seam of something unguarded showing through, and then she pulled it back together and said, with perfect composure, "Hello." "Hello," he said. Same as before. He almost smiled at it. "You're going to Hogwarts," Astoria said, with the air of someone presenting a logical proof. "So is Daphne. First years." She looked between them. "This is going to be very interesting." "Astoria," Daphne said. "What?" "It is." The measuring tape completed its work and Harry stepped off his platform. He crossed the shop in a few steps, because he'd spent 3 years occasionally thinking about this and wasn't interested in pretending otherwise. He stopped in front of the platform where Daphne was still being measured, which put her at eye level with him, which was probably not how she'd have arranged it if she'd had a choice. "Did you look it up?" he asked. She didn't pretend not to know what he meant. "Yes." "And?" A pause. The measuring tape circled her calmly. "It's complicated. I bought a book on ancient wizarding law," he said. "And one on blood magic theory." Something in her expression shifted, surprise, then something warmer, then the guardedness coming back up over it like a shudder. Yes. Those would be relevant. "You could tell me what I'm looking for," he said. "Or we could both read separately and compare notes later. We're going to the same school." "Different houses," she said, with a precision that suggested she'd thought about this. "You don't know that." "I know my family," she said, and something in the flatness of it told him not to push that particular point. "Not yet." "Different houses doesn't mean different school," he said instead. She looked at him for a long moment. The measuring tape finished and floated away. She stepped off the platform with exactly the precision he remembered from a garden wall in Wiltshire, and she was standing in front of him, and they were the same height now, 11 years old, on the cusp of everything. "The law is called the Lex Aeterna Sanguinis," she said quietly. "The eternal blood law. It was written by Salazar Slytherin himself, and it's been dormant for 500 years because no one met the conditions." She said all of this like a report, precise and controlled, but her eyes were watching him carefully for his reaction. "It binds a Slytherin-blooded witch and a wizard of equal or greater magical potential through an act of voluntary magical affection." "It hasn't. There was no one with the right combination of..." She stopped. Started again. "You apparently have quite a lot of magical potential." "I got that impression," Harry said. "What does it bind us to?" "Protection. You're bound to protect me from magical harm." "I'm bound to." She paused, and he could see her choosing words carefully. "I have access to some of your magical reserve in emergencies. And there are legal implications. Under old wizarding law, the law that predates the ministry by several centuries, you have certain statuses. Titles." Her jaw tightened slightly. "And I have certain obligations to your household." Harry processed this. "You're not happy about it," he said. "Not an accusation. Just an observation." "I was 6 years old," Daphne said, and for the first time there was something raw under the composure. "I didn't choose it. Astoria dared me and I didn't know what it would." She stopped. Looked at a point somewhere past his shoulder. "I have no problem with you specifically. I want to be clear about that. I just resent being bound to anything I didn't consciously choose." "That's fair," Harry said. She looked back at him, apparently having expected an argument. "I didn't choose it either," he said. "I didn't even know magic was real when it happened. So..." He shrugged. "I'm not going to pretend I own you or make any demands or whatever the law says I can do. I'm not interested in that. But I'd like to understand what happened to us. And I'd like to not be enemies." Another long look. Then Daphne did something he'd never seen her do in the garden in Wiltshire, even when Astoria had successfully embarrassed her in front of him. She smiled. It was small and brief and quickly taken back, but it was real. "Allies, then," she said. Cautiously. Cautiously, he agreed. Astoria had been watching all of this with her arms folded and an expression of supreme satisfaction. "I told you," she said to Daphne. "Interesting." Daphne gave her sister the look that is the shared language of older siblings everywhere. "I will put a stinging hex on your braids. You don't know any hexes yet. I'll learn one." Harry laughed. It surprised him, it came out before he could decide whether to let it. Daphne looked at him quickly, and the small real smile came back, and this time she didn't take it back quite as fast. The Hogwarts Express was chaos managed by tradition, and Harry navigated it the way he navigated most things, by observation first, action second. He found a compartment that was empty and sat with his books and watched the platform through the window. He saw Draco Malfoy holding court on the platform, and recognized the type, the platinum-haired boy from the Greengrass garden, 3 years older and apparently confirmed in his belief that he was important. He saw a family of redheads, warm and loud and real in a way that made his chest do something complicated. He saw Daphne bored with 2 other girls, all Slytherin green in their luggage, all moving with the specific energy of people who know where they're going and don't need to establish it. She didn't come to his compartment. He didn't expect her to. Cautiously, they'd said. He respected that. The red-haired boy, Ron, found him and they talked Quidditch and chocolate frog cards and the general shape of the magical world as Ron understood it, which was considerable. Harry liked him immediately and straightforwardly, which was not how he usually liked people. He was funny without trying to be, and honest without knowing that honesty was something people valued, because in his family it was just the water everyone swam in. Then Hermione appeared, brisk and nervous and pretending not to be nervous by front-loading information, and Harry recognized a fellow strategy immediately. She was afraid she didn't belong, so she was making herself useful before anyone could tell her she didn't. He'd done the same thing in different ways for years. "You've read Hogwarts, a history," he said, when she paused for breath. She blinked. "Yes. What does it say about the castle's wards? Specifically the oldest layers, pre-ministry." Her face transformed. She launched into it like someone who'd been waiting to discuss this, and he listened properly, asked real follow-up questions, and by the time the trolley came around, she'd relaxed completely and was talking the way people talk when they've stopped performing and started just being themselves. Ron watched this exchange with the expression of a young man who has encountered a new phenomenon and is attempting to classify it. "You actually like reading," he said to Harry, like this was something requiring confirmation. "Is that surprising? You're famous. Famous people usually like being famous." "I didn't do anything to be famous," Harry said. "I was 1 year old." He said it without bitterness, it was just a fact. "Books I can actually do something with." Ron considered this. Nodded. "Fair." The countryside rolled past the windows and Harry watched it and ate 3 chocolate frogs and read the back of the card for Dumbledore with particular attention, currently headmaster of Hogwarts, considered by many the greatest wizard of modern times, and thought about the old magic book he'd bought in Diagon Alley, which he'd already read twice, and what it said about the headmaster's awareness of ancient blood laws operating within his school. Dumbledore would know. There was no version of this where the most politically aware wizard in Britain, who had apparently been watching Harry's situation since he was 1 year old, hadn't noticed a dormant 500-year-old law activating on the person he'd been watching. He either knew and hadn't said anything, or he didn't know and his information networks were less impressive than advertised. Harry was fairly certain Dumbledore's information networks were extremely impressive. The question of why someone would know about this and not tell him settled somewhere in Harry's chest like a stone in still water, not urgent yet, just present, creating ripples he'd track in the fullness of time. The castle was extraordinary, which he'd expected, and the lake crossing was cold and enormous and real in the way that sometimes things are so much bigger than your imagination that your imagination just surrenders and you're left with the pure unmediated experience of the thing. He looked up at Hogwarts from the boats and felt it looking back at him, felt the wards, old and layered and vast, the way you feel a change in air pressure before a storm. The sorting hat was placed on his head in a great hall full of watching faces, and he heard a voice in his mind that was both like his own voice and completely separate from it, dry and interested and clearly ancient. Well, the hat said. "This is extraordinary." "I hear that a lot," Harry thought back, which seemed to catch it off guard. "You're aware of the bond," it said, recovering. "Lex aeterna sanguinis." "Yes. What can you tell me about it that's not in the books?" A pause, and in the pause, a sense of the hat reassessing. "I've sorted thousands of students in 1,000 years. You are the first to arrive already having done research." "The books I found were pretty limited," Harry said. "I'm looking for the original text. Slytherin's own writing on it. I figured if it exists anywhere, it's here." "It exists," the hat said. "In the chamber, actually, though that's not advice I'm at liberty to," it seemed to catch itself. "The bond is more significant than you know. The protection clause runs both directions further than most translations indicate. The word used in the original Parseltongue is not simply protection, it's closer to sovereignty. He who is bound is sovereign in his protection. That means the old families cannot move against her while you stand. And if I'm not standing? Then she is defenseless in ways modern law does not cover." The hat's voice was careful now, precise. "Which means that whoever wants her vulnerable has reason to want you gone. And whoever wants to use the bond politically, and they will, has reason to control how much you understand it." A beat. "The headmaster knows. He knew before you arrived." Harry absorbed this. "Gryffindor or Slytherin?" He asked, because he'd seen where it was likely to go and wanted to understand the choice. Your instincts are Slytherin. Your values are Gryffindor. Your potential transcends the distinction entirely. The Hat seemed to find this amusing. But if I put you in Slytherin, you walk into her world and everyone assumes you're there for the bond. If I put you in Gryffindor, you have independence. You can build something across the line. Gryffindor, Harry said, before the Hat could finish, because the logic was clear. And let her keep her mask until she's ready to take it off herself. A moment of what felt like genuine respect. You know, the Hat said, in 1,000 years I don't think anyone has ever told me how to sort them and been completely correct. Gryffindor. It announced to the hall, and Harry pulled it off his head and walked to the red and gold table through a wave of applause and met Ron's grinning face and Hermione's delighted one, and let himself be absorbed into the noise and warmth of it. He glanced once at the Slytherin table as he sat. Daphne was watching from across the hall with those pale grey eyes, and she gave him the smallest nod, barely a millimeter of movement, the kind you'd only catch if you were watching for it. He nodded back. Cautiously, they'd agreed. He had a feeling the caution wouldn't last very long. The first week of Hogwarts was a master class in institutional indoctrination dressed as education, and Harry moved through it with his eyes open and his mouth mostly shut, which was how he moved through most things. He was good at spells faster than expected and practiced in the evenings until the motions were automatic. He liked transfiguration, McGonagall was exacting and fair, which was a combination he responded to. He found potions interesting despite Snape's specific animus, because the work itself was genuinely complex and he was good at complex things, and Snape's attempts to humiliate him in class had the unintended effect of making Harry very, very precise. If you couldn't afford to make mistakes, you didn't make mistakes. The Lex Aeterna Sanguinis book he'd bought had a chapter on the bond's physical manifestations that he reread 3 times. The warmth. The directional sensitivity. The fact that in moments of active threat to either party, the other would feel it. He tested this by noting when he felt the warmth and cross-referencing it later with Daphne, which required finding moments to talk to her that didn't look like exactly what they were, which was the primary logistical challenge of his first month. She had, apparently, done the same thing. She showed him a private journal the second time they managed a real conversation, in a corner of the library on a Thursday afternoon with Hermione providing inadvertent cover by being the sort of person who makes librarians grateful. The journal had dates and times and precise descriptions of warmth flares, some of which aligned with specific things that had happened to him, and some of which aligned with things that had happened to her that she described in a clinical shorthand he found he could read easily. Quirrell's classroom, she said quietly, tracing a finger over an entry from their second week. Strong flare. You felt it? During defense against the dark arts, yes. Harry kept his voice low. Lasted about 40 minutes. Her jaw tightened fractionally. There's something wrong with him. Yes. He'd known since the first class. The stammer, the turban, the particular quality of the wrongness when you stood near him, like being near the island hut in the storm, that feeling of weather before weather. I'm working on what? She looked at him. You're going to do something about it. When I know enough to do something effective, he said. Not before. A moment of consideration. Then, I can get information from the Slytherin prefects. They hear things. Draco Malfoy's father apparently has someone on the inside of almost every situation worth knowing about. I've noticed Malfoy, Harry said. He'll want to establish dominance over you early, she said. He'll test your limits. I know. Most people react by fighting him or by backing down. He reads both as confirmation that he matters. Harry considered this. What does he not know how to respond to? Daphne thought about it. Indifference, she said. Real indifference, not performed. He doesn't have a script for someone who genuinely doesn't care whether he approves of them. Harry filed this away. Have you told your parents about the bond activating? The pause before she answered told him more than the answer. My father knows. He's treating it carefully. The legal implications complicate our family's political position. Meaning? Meaning my family has obligations to the old Slytherin bloodlines and also now has a bond obligation to a Gryffindor-sorted half-blood who is technically the most magically significant minor in Britain. She said it without heat, but carefully, like she was being precise about something painful. It creates conflicting loyalties. Is your father going to be a problem? She seemed to appreciate the directness. Not immediately. He respects old law too much to violate the bond. But he'll want to manage the situation. Control the narrative. She glanced sideways at him. He's going to try to meet with you. I'll want Sirius Black present when he does, Harry said. She blinked. Sirius Black is in Azkaban. Not permanently, Harry said, and the certainty in his own voice surprised him a little. He didn't know yet how he was going to manage that, but he knew it was going to happen, felt it the same way he felt the warmth, directional and specific. Not permanently. Hermione appeared around a bookshelf with 4 books and a look of academic intensity. Oh, sorry, Harry, I found that text on ward theory you wanted. And I cross-referenced it with, she stopped, registering Daphne. Registered the Slytherin robes. Performed the rapid reassessment of someone who has been taught to have certain assumptions and is encountering evidence against them. Hello. Hermione Granger, Daphne said. I've read about your primary school record. Exceptional. Hermione stared at her. You researched the first-year intake? I researched the Muggle-born students specifically. The gap between magical aptitude at entry and performance after full training is a persistent structural injustice in British wizarding education. Daphne said this in the same tone she used for everything, calm, precise, slightly bladed at the edges. You'll be more powerful in 5 years than most of the old families if the system doesn't work to stop you. I suspect it will try. A beat. I suspect you'll be fine. Hermione opened her mouth. Closed it. Looked at Harry, who gave her a look that said I had the same reaction. She sat down, set her books on the table, and said, what are you both working on? Harry looked at Daphne. Daphne looked at Harry. An entire conversation happened in approximately 2 seconds. Defense theory, Harry said. Want to help? And that, in the natural organic unremarkable way that the best things often begin, was how the 3 of them started spending Thursday afternoons in the library. The troll happened on Halloween. Harry knew something was wrong before the feast ended, felt it as a flare of warmth that was sharp and directional, pointing toward the dungeons, and he was on his feet before Professor Quirrell had finished his stuttering announcement, pulling Ron by the sleeve and heading for the door against the flow of students moving toward their houses. What are we? Ron started. Daphne, Harry said. She's in the dungeons. How do you? I just do. Come on. They went the wrong way from the rest of the school, down the marble staircase rather than up it, through corridors that were emptying fast. Harry was moving at a pace that was just short of running, following something he couldn't have explained if asked, a compass needle sensation that was very clear about direction if not about distance. They found Hermione first, outside the girls' bathroom, pressed against the wall with her wand out and her face white. The troll went in, she said. I was trying to, not the troll I'm tracking, Harry said, and kept moving, and she fell in behind them. He found Daphne around the next corner, backing away from a second troll that had apparently wandered off script. This one was bigger, 12 feet if it was an inch, and Daphne had her wand out and was casting with real competence, repelling charm that would slow it down but not stop it, and she saw Harry over its enormous shoulder and her expression did a very fast progression from relief to irritation at being relieved. Harry hit it with Wingardium Leviosa without breaking stride, lifted it, walked under it, and summoned its club out of its hand so the landing when he dropped it went badly for the troll and not for anyone else. Ron, to his enormous credit, did not freeze. He got Hermione out of the way and then positioned himself between the fallen troll and Daphne as backup, which was the correct instinct. The troll stayed down. It was not unconscious, but it was confused and disarmed and clearly reassessing its evening plans. Harry looked at Daphne. "Are you hurt?" "No." She was recalculating something. He could see it in her eyes. "You felt where I was?" "Yes." "A beat." The troll groaned. Teachers were coming, they could hear footsteps. "Interesting," Daphne said, in a tone that sounded remarkably like Astoria's. "We'll discuss it later," Harry said, and then Professor McGonagall came around the corner and the next 20 minutes were full of explanations, which Harry navigated with the calm of someone who has been managing difficult adult reactions to inexplicable situations for most of his remembered life. McGonagall awarded Gryffindor points, gave them all a look that was equal parts fury and relief, and sent them to bed. Snape, who had also appeared, said nothing at all, which was more unsettling than anything he could have said. He looked at Harry with something that wasn't his usual contempt, something calculating and, Harry thought, briefly afraid. He lay in his dormitory that night and thought about trolls and compasses and old laws and headmasters who knew things and didn't say them. He thought about Quirrell's classroom and what lived under the turban. He thought about a vault at Gringotts that had been emptied the same day he'd visited, Hagrid collecting something on Dumbledore's orders. He thought about the third-floor corridor that was forbidden. He was putting things together. They were starting to connect. He fell asleep thinking about a chamber full of Salazar Slytherin's original writings, and what it would mean to be able to read them. He dreamed in a language he'd never been taught, liquid and warm and old as rivers. Chapter 2, The Awakening. The problem with Quirrell wasn't that he was dangerous. Harry had been in proximity to dangerous things his whole life: Dudley's fists, Vernon's temper, the specific cruelty of people who know they can hurt you without consequences. Danger was something he'd calibrated to. The problem with Quirrell was that he was dangerous in a direction nobody else seemed to be looking. Snape was looking. Harry had clocked that early. The way Snape watched Quirrell during staff meals Harry occasionally glimpsed through open doorways, the quality of attention that wasn't antagonism but something more disciplined than that. Snape was watching Quirrell the way Harry watched Dudley's gang, tracking without tipping his hand. That was useful information. It didn't make Snape less unpleasant in potions, but it made him more legible, which was almost as good. December came in grey and cold, and Harry spent it doing 3 things simultaneously: becoming very good at first-year spells, building his map of the castle's actual architecture versus its official architecture, and reading every text in the library that touched on the Lex Aeterna Sanguinis or ancient Slytherin blood law. There wasn't much. The books he found were either very old and very vague or obviously edited, passages that ended mid-thought, blank spaces where someone had removed pages with enough precision to suggest it wasn't accidental. Someone had been through the library. Not recently. Old work. Thorough work. He mentioned this to Daphne at their Thursday session, which had become the unofficial organizing structure of his week. Hermione had taken to bringing a running list of questions. Daphne brought information gathered through channels she was careful not to specify in detail, which Harry understood meant Slytherin House's social network, which was extensive and self-maintaining and fed on the kind of gossip that wasn't gossip at all but actual intelligence. Edited, Daphne said, when he described the missing pages. By who? That's what I'm trying to work out. The removal is old, the binding's not been disturbed recently. But the spell used to extract the pages leaves a very faint residue. He slid the book across the table toward her. Here. Can you feel it? She touched the gap where the pages should have been and went still for a moment, the way she did when she was paying attention with something other than her eyes. It was one of the things about Daphne Greengrass that Harry had been learning to read: she had layers of attention that engaged sequentially, like focusing rings on a camera, and when she hit the deepest one, she went very quiet and very still. Old, she said. And Slytherin magic. Which means either a Slytherin with enough ability to extract pages without damaging the binding, or, she paused. Or the headmaster, Harry said. Hermione had been listening with the expression she wore when she was resisting the impulse to argue something on instinct. She lost the resistance. That's a serious accusation. It's a serious observation, Harry said. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm noting that someone removed specific pages from specific texts about a law that directly involves me, and I'd like to know who and why. But Dumbledore is someone who had information about my life that he chose not to share with me, Harry said, without heat. Which is a pattern I'm tracking, not a conclusion I've reached. He looked at Hermione steadily. You're allowed to trust him. I'm allowed to want evidence. A pause. Hermione wrestled with something, then set it aside with the decisiveness she brought to intellectual honesty when it outcompete her other instincts. What are you going to do? Keep reading, Harry said. And find the parts that weren't removed. Daphne was looking at him thoughtfully. There's a way, she said slowly. Into the restricted section. Not the student access method. The other one. What other one? The reason the restricted section exists is because Hogwarts's library absorbed the Slytherin family's private collection in the 14th century. Not all of it was categorized correctly. Some of it was shelved wrong deliberately, things that looked like ordinary reference texts but weren't. She met his eyes. I know which shelf. Harry looked at her. How? My grandmother, she said, and the way she said it closed that line of inquiry gently but firmly. She went here in the 20s. She wrote things down. Does your grandmother know about the bond? Yes. And? Daphne's expression did something complicated. She said, and I'm quoting directly because it's worth preserving, "You absolute idiot child, do you have any idea what you've done?" And then she laughed for approximately 2 minutes. A beat. Then she gave me the notes about the shelf. Harry felt something warm move through him that was nothing to do with the bond. I like her already. She would like you, Daphne said, with the faintest note of surprise in her voice, like this had just occurred to her. She stopped herself. Recalibrated. The shelf is in the restricted section, row 7, behind the texts on goblin blood laws. The spines are brown with no titles, they look like damaged books waiting to be repaired. There are 4 of them. Can we get in? Hermione asked, with the expression of someone who has entirely given up pretending she won't participate in something technically against the rules. I can, Daphne said. Slytherin prefects have an access code for the restricted section that the other houses don't get. Old headmaster's agreement from the 1800s. She looked at Harry. I can get the books out. Getting them to you without it being obvious is more complicated. Leave them in the 3rd alcove on the left past the charms corridor, Harry said. There's a loose stone in the wall. I use it for things. Daphne raised an eyebrow slightly. How long have you been hiding things in the castle walls? Since October. She looked at him for a moment and then, quietly, with only Hermione to witness it, she smiled properly, not the small brief flicker he'd catalogued before but a real one, warm and slightly reluctant, like sunshine coming through a very stubborn cloud. You're more Slytherin than the hat admitted, she said. The hat and I discussed it, Harry said. It was a mutual decision. Malfoy happened on a Tuesday, which felt appropriate. Tuesdays had the energy of things that could have been avoided. Harry had been aware of Draco Malfoy as a background condition for months, the snide comments in the halls, the little tests of territory and status, the way he angled at Harry specifically with a combination of contempt and something that, if you looked at it honestly, was closer to frustrated fascination. Malfoy was raised to believe that Harry Potter's name meant something, that the boy who lived was a certain kind of person, occupying a certain kind of position, manageable within a certain kind of social framework. Harry's persistent refusal to be any of those things was clearly doing something to Malfoy's internal architecture. The confrontation happened in the corridor outside Defense Against the Dark Arts. Malfoy was with Crabbe and Goyle, which was less intimidating than it was probably meant to be, since Crabbe and Goyle had all the strategic complexity of well-dressed furniture. Harry was alone, coming from the opposite direction, and Malfoy stepped into the corridor's center with the body language of someone who has rehearsed this. "Potter," he said. "Heard you're spending time in the library with Greengrass." Harry kept walking. Didn't slow down. "That's not something you want to be seen doing," Malfoy said, louder, because Harry not reacting was throwing off his timing. "Greengrass is Slytherin. You're supposed to be Gryffindor's golden boy. People will talk." Harry walked past him. Not around him, past him, requiring Malfoy to step slightly aside or get shouldered, which he did, with a look of profound indignation on his face. "I'm talking to you," Malfoy said, to Harry's back. "I know," Harry said, over his shoulder, and kept walking. He heard Goyle say something low and confused to Crabbe, something along the lines of "Is he just leaving?" And the bewildered quality of it was more satisfying than any argument would have been. Daphne had been right. Indifference was a language Malfoy had no response to. Every script he had was built for engagement, for either submission or defiance. Harry just hadn't played. The class itself was another Quirrell production. Harry sat in the back row and paid close attention not to the lesson but to Quirrell himself, the way he moved, the way he held himself, the specific areas of his classroom where he never turned his back fully to the students. The turban had an odor that Harry had noticed on their first day and continued to notice, something like old magic gone wrong, like copper and rot and something older underneath that his instincts kept flagging without his brain having the vocabulary for it yet. He felt Daphne's warmth signal sharp and close, which meant she was in a classroom somewhere above him, because the bond signals he'd worked out were modified by proximity, closer meant sharper. Second floor. Probably transfiguration. The sharpness meant something had happened, something with an edge to it. Not danger. Emotion. He'd learned to read the difference. He tracked it through to lunch and found her in the Great Hall before she found him, which he could tell from the slight adjustment in her expression when she sat down at the Slytherin table and he caught her eye from across the hall and raised an eyebrow in a question. She gave him a very small headshake, "Not now, later." He nodded, "Okay." Ron, sitting next to him, had observed this entire exchange with the interested expression of someone watching a sport he doesn't fully understand but is becoming invested in. "You do that a lot," he said. "Do what?" Ron made a vague gesture between himself and the Slytherin table. "Whole silent conversation thing. We talk sometimes. In the library." "Yeah, I know. It's just," Ron picked up his fork, looked thoughtfully at his shepherd's pie. "She's in Slytherin. I'm aware. Her family's," he stopped. Started again. "My mum says the Greengrasses are old blood. Not Death Eaters or anything, but," he struggled with it visibly. "Complicated." "Yes," Harry said. "And you're just being friends with her," Harry said. "Because she's worth being friends with." He looked at Ron. "If that's a problem for you, tell me now." Ron thought about it genuinely, which Harry valued. Ron was a person who actually thought about things instead of just reacting, even if the reaction was his first instinct. "Not a problem," he said finally. "Just new." "Good," Harry said, and meant it. Later arrived at 7 in the evening, the loose stone past the charms corridor, where Harry had left a folded note 2 days earlier and found the 4 brown-spined books waiting when he checked that morning. He had all 4 in his bag when Daphne appeared from the direction of the dungeons, moving quickly, which was not her usual pace. She reached him and stopped, and he looked at her properly. She was controlled, she was always controlled, but something was pressing at the edges of it. "My father sent a letter," she said. Harry waited. "He's had a communication from the headmaster." She said headmaster in a specific tone that suggested she was being precise about it because she was resisting a less neutral word. "Dumbledore has proposed that the bond be, that there be a formal suppression. A nullification accord." She watched his face. It's a legal process. Old law. Both parties have to consent. Harry was quiet for a moment. Around them, the castle breathed with its evening sounds, distant footsteps, the settling of old stone, the ghost of nearly headless Nick drifting somewhere above. He wants us to dissolve it, Harry said. Or suppress it permanently. Make it magically inert. It would still technically exist, but neither party would feel it or access it. Her jaw was tight. My father thinks it's a reasonable compromise. It resolves the political complications. What do you think? Harry asked. Something flickered in her grey eyes. I think Dumbledore should have come to me directly. I'm a party to this bond. Going to my father first is, she stopped. Is treating you like a minor who needs to be managed, Harry said, rather than a person with standing in her own right. Yes. Said quietly, with a force behind it. I'm not consenting to a suppression, Harry said. It came out flat and certain, not aggressive, just completely without doubt. She looked at him. Why? Because in every situation I've been in where someone wants me to give something up quietly without full information about why, the Dursleys keeping me ignorant of magic, Dumbledore apparently knowing about this law for years and saying nothing, giving something up quietly has never been the right call. He shifted the bag on his shoulder. Also because the bond has been useful. Twice you've been in situations where it gave me directional information I acted on. I don't see the logic in removing something that works in favor of something that's politically convenient for other people. Daphne was quiet for a moment. The corridor torches threw warm light across her careful face. My father will push back. He can push back. He can't compel either of us to consent, and without both consenting, the accord fails. Harry paused. What do you want, Daphne? Not what your father wants. Not what Dumbledore wants. What do you want? She seemed momentarily thrown by the question being directed at her so plainly, like she'd been expecting the conversation to be about logistics and strategy and instead it had turned personal without warning. She looked away, then back. I want information, she said. Real information. Not edited library copies and my father's political interpretations. I want to know what this law actually says, what we're actually bound to, what it actually means, before I make any decision about it. She met his eyes. And I want that information from the source. Not second-hand. Harry unzipped his bag and showed her the 4 brown-spined books. She stared at them. Are those? I haven't opened them yet, he said. I was waiting for you. She looked at him for a long moment with an expression he was getting better at reading. She used the guardedness like a wall, and occasionally something slipped over it before she could retrieve it, and what slipped over in this moment was something close to gratitude, the raw kind, the kind that embarrasses people who aren't used to being considered. The alcove, she said. The alcove, he agreed. They read for 3 hours that night in an alcove near the Charms corridor, Daphne on one side with 2 of the brown-spined books and Harry on the other with the remaining 2, trading passages back and forth in voices just above a whisper. The books were extraordinary, primary sources, actual Slytherin-era writing, some of it in an archaic dialect that Daphne translated with an ease that told him she'd been taught classical magical languages the way other children were taught French. Some of it Harry found he could read directly, with a specific ease around the older sections that were annotated in something that looked like shorthand but moved through his understanding like water. Parseltongue, he realized. The annotations were in written Parseltongue, and he was reading them like they were English. He didn't mention this yet. He filed it away. Everything in its time. What they found was this: the Lex Aeterna Sanguinis was not, as the edited library versions implied, primarily about protection. Protection was 1 clause. The full law had 11. The bond between a Slytherin-blooded witch and her eternal lord was a recognition of magical sovereignty. Slytherin had written it as a counter to the political vulnerability of his bloodline's women, whose magical gifts made them targets for political marriage contracts. The bond was meant to make them untouchable, any action against a bound which was an action against her lord, and the lord's right to retaliate was absolute and recognized under all wizarding law structures that predated the ministry by more than 2 centuries. Which was most of them. The Lord clause was the one the edited versions had been most aggressive about removing. Harry was the Dominus Perpetuus, eternal lord, not in any romantic sense but in the sense of sovereign protector. His standing under old law was not derived from the bond recognized standing he already had, which was the part that made Daphne go very still when she read it. It didn't create your power, she said quietly. No, Harry agreed. It saw it. The bond wouldn't have activated for anyone else. The witch and the lord both have to meet the threshold of, she read the passage again, of world-altering potential. That's the translation. Both parties have to carry enough magical weight to, she stopped. Started again. Slytherin's exact words are, magic bends itself to that which will reshape the world. The bond exists not to create but to recognize. Harry was quiet for a moment. Dumbledore knows all of this. Yes. He wants the bond suppressed because a version of me that is legally recognized as Dominus Perpetuus under pre-ministry law has standing he can't manage. He can't override the law that applies to me, his authority is ministry era. Mine, under this, predates it. Daphne closed the book in her lap with a careful, deliberate movement. You're 11 years old, she said. I know. But the law doesn't care about age. It cares about the conditions being met. He looked at her. I'm not going to do anything with it immediately. I'm 11 years old, I know my limits. But I'm not suppressing the bond and I'm not letting anyone else's political timeline dictate when I use what's mine. She looked at him for a long, considering moment. In the alcove's dim light, her guardedness was still present but worn differently, looser, like clothing she was no longer required to keep perfectly pressed. I want to write to my grandmother, she said. Do it, Harry said immediately. I want her perspective. She knew about the shelf. She laughed about the bond. She sounds like someone who understands things the way they actually are. She will want to meet you. I'd like that. Another moment. Daphne gathered the books they'd finished into a neat stack. I'll tell my father the matter is under review, she said. That buys time without a confrontation. And Dumbledore? My father tells him the same. She paused. He'll come to you directly, I think. Now that he knows you're aware. Good, Harry said. I have questions for him. She looked at him, and there was something in the look that hadn't been there 3 months ago, or in Diagon Alley, or on a summer lawn in Wiltshire 3 years past. It wasn't affection yet, or it was something adjacent to affection that neither of them was in a position to name. It was respect, clean and real and offered not because he was famous or bonded or destined but because he was himself, and himself was, apparently, the kind of person Daphne Greengrass found worth respecting. He felt it like a different kind of warmth. Nothing to do with blood law. Get some sleep, Potter, she said, standing, smoothing her robes in a gesture that was already becoming familiar to him. You have potions tomorrow and Snape's been building to something. Building to what? He's been testing your knowledge base methodically for 2 months. Tomorrow he'll try to push you into a visible failure in front of the class. She tucked a strand of hair back with 2 fingers. Don't fail. What's the content going to be? Dragonhide properties and their interaction with lacewing flies in a standard strengthening solution. She picked up her bag. Don't let the lacewing sit in the mortar more than 20 seconds after grinding or the oils oxidize and the whole potion runs cold. She paused. Also, the answer to his first trick question is that you add the bicorn horn before the dragonhide powder, not after. He'll phrase the question backward to try to catch you. Harry looked at her. You're very well informed about Snape's methodology. He was my mother's housemate, she said simply. She told me things. Something crossed her face that she didn't explain. Good night, Harry. The first time she'd used his first name. She was halfway down the corridor before he could register it properly. Good night, he said, to her retreating back. Snape's question came exactly as predicted, inverted to catch the unwary, and Harry answered it correctly and watched Snape's expression do something that in a less controlled face would have been surprise. Snape didn't award points. He also didn't take them, which was something. Neville destroyed his cauldron 18 minutes into class, which was becoming a pattern Harry found genuinely distressing, not because of the disruption, but because Neville clearly had the capability and was operating under a fear that was actively preventing him from accessing it. He'd started making a point of partnering with Neville when pairing was allowed, and quietly walking him through the steps in a way that didn't advertise itself, because advertised help from the boy who lived was its own kind of pressure. It was working. Slowly. Neville's solutions were more often the right color than the wrong one these days, and he said thank you to Harry with the expression of someone who is learning to believe they deserve to be helped. After potions, in the corridor, with Neville beside him and Ron on his other side, Harry saw Dumbledore. The headmaster was at the corridor's far end, speaking to a portrait, and he turned as they came around the corner with the unhurried ease of someone who has all the time in the world because they've already arranged the schedule. He had half-moon spectacles and eyes that were exactly as described, blue and twinkling and very, very smart. Harry, he said warmly. Do you have a moment? Ron and Neville clearly felt the gravitational pull of being near the most famous wizard in Britain, which Harry understood but didn't share. He told them he'd catch up at lunch and watched them go with only a minor backward glance from Ron that was equal parts concern and fascinated curiosity. Walk with me, Dumbledore said, and it wasn't quite a question. They walked. The castle moved around them in its usual morning business, portraits commenting on things, ghosts drifting, suits of armor occasionally doing something that suggested someone had been at them with a charm. I understand you've been researching the Lex Aeterna Sanguinis, Dumbledore said, with the air of someone discussing a topic of mild academic interest. Yes, Harry said. And that you've had some conversations with Miss Greengrass about the nature of the bond. Yes. Dumbledore walked for a moment without speaking. It was a technique, Harry recognized, the silence that invites the other person to fill it. He didn't fill it. He walked and waited. You know, Dumbledore said eventually, I've known about the bond since you were 8. The moment it activated, I felt it through the castle's wards. I was here during a governor's meeting, as it happens. The resonance was quite remarkable. You didn't tell me, Harry said. You were 8, Dumbledore said. And magic. I'm 11 now, Harry said. And you still haven't told me. I found out myself. He kept his voice neutral. Not accusatory. Just honest. The nullification accord proposal went to Mr. Greengrass before it came to me. A pause. I was concerned about the implications, Dumbledore said, and his voice had shifted, still warm, but with a more careful quality now, the warmth being deployed more deliberately. The bond, if fully activated and recognized, gives you a legal standing that could complicate things, Harry. There are political forces who would want to exploit, Professor Dumbledore, Harry said, is your concern about political forces, or is it about my standing predating your authority to make decisions about my life? The silence this time was different. They'd stopped walking, somewhere in the corridor near a suit of armor that had very subtly turned its helmeted head toward them. Dumbledore looked at him. The twinkling had gone out of his eyes, not replaced with something hostile, but with something that was more real. More careful. Harry thought this might be what Dumbledore actually looked like when he was taking someone seriously. You are quite extraordinary, Dumbledore said quietly. I'm 11, Harry said. And I've been reading. He looked up at the headmaster. I don't have a problem with you. I don't think you're my enemy. But I need you to understand that I'm going to make my own decisions about things that affect me, and I'd rather do that with your honest information than without it. He paused. The bond stays. It's mine. It's ours, mine and Daphne's. You don't have standing to dissolve something you didn't create. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. In the quiet, the castle hummed. No, he said finally. I don't. He seemed to make a decision. I had hoped to protect you from complexity while you found your footing. I found my footing, Harry said. What I need now is information. Another moment. Then Dumbledore did something that Harry hadn't expected. He smiled, and this time it reached his eyes properly, without the performance of warmth. Just real amusement. Your mother, he said quietly, was exactly like this. Your father would have found a creative distraction and hoped I forgot. Lily wanted the information and made it clear it was non-negotiable. He looked at Harry with something that was almost grief and almost pride and something else entirely that didn't have a clean name. I will tell you what I know. Not all at once. Some of it is dangerous to know too young. He raised a hand before Harry could respond. Not to protect myself. Genuinely, there are things you're not equipped to act on yet, and knowing them without the ability to act creates a particular kind of suffering. But I will tell you more. That is a promise. Harry assessed this. It was not everything he wanted. It was also, he thought, genuine as Dumbledore was capable of being with someone he was simultaneously protecting and using, which was the honest nature of the relationship he was looking at. The thing in Quirrell's turban, Harry said. What is it? Dumbledore stilled completely. It was the most complete stillness Harry had seen in a human being who was still breathing. Then, what makes you ask about that? The smell, Harry said. And the way my scar reacts when I'm near him. And the fact that someone broke into Gringotts in July and you sent Hagrid to retrieve something from Vault 713 before term started, and that something is now in this castle, and whatever it is, it's what Quirrell's passenger wants. The stillness broke. Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment, and his expression was not apprehensive, or not only that. It was also something that might, in other circumstances, be called admiration. The Philosopher's Stone, Dumbledore said. Harry nodded. He'd figured something in that vicinity. Is it safe? It's heavily warded. Heavily warded by the same institution that employs Quirrell, Harry said. Who has a passenger who wants it? Yes, Dumbledore said, and his voice was very controlled. I'm aware of the problem. I'd like to be part of the solution, Harry said. Dumbledore looked at him for a long time, with the eyes that had stopped twinkling and were just clear and sharp and very, very old. Then he said, I think you already are, whether I include you or not. He paused. Come to my office after dinner on Thursday. I'll tell you about the stone, and what's protecting it, and what we're dealing with. A beat. I may also need your help with something I hadn't anticipated needing help with. The Parseltongue, Harry said. Another complete stillness. How did you know? The ward system in the area where the stone's being kept, Harry said. The oldest layer. Written Parseltongue. I could feel it when I walked past the third-floor corridor. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I can read it, Professor. Not just speak it. Read it. The expression on Dumbledore's face in that moment was the most unguarded thing Harry had seen from him, pure, unmediated shock, quickly managed, quickly settled back into composure. But it had been there, and Harry had seen it, and it had told him something significant. Whatever Dumbledore had expected from this conversation, from this year, from this child, it hadn't been this. Good, Harry thought. Better to be an unknown variable than a managed one. Thursday's meeting with Dumbledore was everything and not enough, which was about what Harry had expected. He learned about Nicholas Flamel. He learned about the Mirror of Erist. He learned that Quirrell was, as suspected, hosting Voldemort in a state that was best described as parasitic, and that the stone was the object of that hosting. He left the meeting with more information than he'd had going in and a clearer picture of what would happen if nothing changed. He also left with something Dumbledore hadn't meant to give him, the knowledge that Dumbledore was genuinely uncertain how to handle him. The headmaster had revised his approach to Harry mid-conversation 3 times. Harry could track the adjustment points, the moments where a prepared answer got set aside in favor of something more honest. Dumbledore was good at this. But Harry was very good at watching. He found Daphne in the library and slid into the seat across from her and told her everything in a low, precise voice while Hermione, who had joined them and was immediately invested, took notes with the automatic efficiency of someone for whom note-taking is a biological function. When he finished, Daphne was quiet for a moment. Then, he has Voldemort in his turban. Yes. And the stone is here, in the school, protected by a series of challenges. Yes. And Dumbledore told you all of this. Once I told him I'd worked most of it out already. She considered the table's surface for a moment. He's testing you, she said. Or he's genuinely reassessing. Possibly both. She looked up. What are you going to do? Wait, Harry said. Quirrell needs the stone. If we take the stone off the board, Quirrell, Voldemort, has no reason to stay. He either moves or he dies. Either way the school is safer. He paused. The traps protecting the stone, I can get through them. Most of them are designed for an adult with adult magic. The chess trap needs Ron. The potion trap needs Hermione. The rest, you, Hermione said, looking up from her notes. Me, Harry agreed. And possibly Daphne for the Slytherin ward I felt in the corridor, if it's keyed to blood. Daphne nodded slowly. If it's Salazar's own ward work, yes. I'll feel the key pattern in it. She looked at him steadily. You're planning to go through the traps. Before Quirrell does, Harry said. Get the stone out. Give it to Dumbledore directly. He paused. Not through the obstacle course. Dumbledore showed me his office as an alternative exit point when he was explaining the layout. He was being transparent about access routes. I think he was, not directing me, but not blocking me either. He wants you to do this, Daphne said. He wants someone to do it. He's gambling that if I go, I'll be more effective than sending an adult who Quirrell would feel coming. He shrugged slightly. He's probably right. Hermione set down her quill. Harry, she said. We're 11. I know, he said. Quirrell is a possessed adult with, I know. He looked at her. You don't have to come, Hermione. Neither of you do. I mean that. This is my problem to solve. I'm asking for help because with help I do this better, but it is genuinely optional. She stared at him. Then she laughed, sharp and involuntary, not at anything funny, just at the particular absurdity of the situation. Of course I'm coming, she said, with the air of someone who had never genuinely considered otherwise and was faintly annoyed at herself for it. Don't be ridiculous. They both looked at Daphne, who had been watching this exchange with the expression of someone watching people arrive at an obvious conclusion. Obviously, she said dryly. They went on a night in early June, and the castle at 3 in the morning was a different country, emptied of its daily noise, the silence not empty but full of old things, the wards breathing in the dark. Harry moved through it with Ron and Hermione and Daphne behind him, invisibility cloak over Harry and Ron while Daphne and Hermione used a disillusionment charm she'd apparently learned from her grandmother's notes. The trapdoor. Fluffy, who was asleep because someone had charmed the harp near it, someone who'd been here already, recently. Quirrell was ahead of them. Harry made the calculation in 10 seconds and moved faster. The devil's snare was nothing, Hermione banished it with light and they dropped through. The keys were a nightmare of chaos in the air, and Harry borrowed a broom and went after the right one with the specific focus of someone who has played Quidditch exactly once in his life but understands flight in a cellular way, which is different from practice and often more useful. He caught the key and came down grinning, because he couldn't help it. There was something about flying that bypassed all his usual composure and left him just fundamentally happy. Ron played chess with the quiet ferocity of someone who finally has a board that matters. He sacrificed himself, said it calmly, with complete clarity, already knowing what he was doing before he said it. Harry looked at him from across the board and felt something crack open in his chest. "You don't have to," he started. "Best move," Ron said, with a steadiness that made him look a decade older. "Go. Both of you go. I'll be fine, the pieces don't kill." He met Harry's eyes. "Bring it back, yeah?" "The stone." "Yeah," Harry said. "I will." The potion room needed logic, which was Hermione's language. She cracked it in 4 minutes with a piece of parchment and the expression of someone having tremendous fun despite the circumstances, and the expression made Harry understand something about her that he hadn't fully understood before. She was brave in the specific way that intellectuals are brave, not without fear, but with a joy in the problem that overrode the fear, and that was a kind of courage that deserved more credit than it usually got. She took the wrong way potion to go back and get help, and Harry and Daphne went through the black flames. The final room was the mirror. Quirrell was there, and he looked at Harry, and behind his eyes something else looked, something that was cold and vast and hate-shaped, and Harry felt his scar ignite in a way that was nothing like the warmth he associated with the bond. This was the opposite of warmth. This was the particular cold of something that had tried to kill him when he was 1 year old and hadn't managed it and still didn't understand why. "Ah," said Quirrell, or the thing behind Quirrell. "Harry Potter." Daphne stepped up beside Harry, and he felt the bond warmth flood through him, cutting clean against the cold. "Tell the boy to stand aside," said the voice behind Quirrell's eyes. "The girl isn't relevant to me. Yet." "She's relevant to me," Harry said, and his voice was very level. "That means she stays." He looked at the mirror. He walked toward it, knowing what it would show him, having thought about this since Dumbledore had explained the mirror's mechanics, only a person who wanted to find the stone but not use it. He looked into the glass and felt something drop into his pocket. He didn't look down. He kept his face completely neutral. Daphne, standing at his shoulder, gave no sign of having seen anything either, though he knew she had. He could tell by the quality of her stillness. "What do you see?" the voice said. "Myself," Harry said. "Winning a Quidditch match. It's a good mirror." Quirrell turned and Harry moved, not with magic first, with his body first, the way you move when there's no time for anything else, closing the distance with every unit of focus he had. His hand caught Quirrell's wrist and the reaction was immediate and wrong. The contact burned, for both of them, burned where Harry's skin met Quirrell's in a way that turned the air to fire and static and something enormous that Harry didn't have a name for yet. Quirrell screamed. Harry held on. He held on because he understood, instinctively, that whatever protection lived in him, the thing his mother had left, was lethal to what lived in Quirrell's skin, and the only way to use it was not to be afraid of the burning. He held on while Quirrell's skin cracked and turned to ash under his hands and the thing inside him shrieked and fled and the world went white. He woke in the hospital wing to Dumbledore sitting in the chair beside his bed, and the first thing he said was, "Daphne?" "Safe," Dumbledore said. "Unhurt. She's been here twice already this morning." A pause. "It's been 2 days. Ron?" "Recovering. 3 broken ribs from the chess landing, but quite proud of himself." There was genuine warmth in Dumbledore's voice that Harry believed. "Miss Granger organized a schedule." "Of course she did." Harry lay back. His hands hurt. The backs of them were red and raw in a way that would scar, probably. He looked at them. "The stone?" "Safe. I've spoken with Nicholas." A pause. "It will be destroyed." Harry thought about this. "Voldemort isn't gone," he said. "Just displaced. He'll find another way back." "Yes," Dumbledore said simply, and there was something in the simplicity of it, no deflection, no reassurance, that Harry found he respected more than anything comfortable would have given him. "Tell me about my mother," Harry said. "What she did. How it worked. The protection." He turned his head to look at Dumbledore. "I need to understand what I am. Not for ego. Because if he comes back, when he comes back, I need to understand the mechanics of how I survived." Dumbledore looked at him for a long moment. Then he leaned forward in the hospital chair with his elbows on his knees and his hands folded and the twinkle entirely absent from his eyes, and he began to talk. Really talk, the way Harry had been asking for since the Charms corridor, the way you talk to someone you've finally decided is capable of bearing the weight of the truth. It wasn't everything. It never would be, not all at once. But it was real. Daphne appeared in the doorway an hour later, wearing her school robes and carrying a copy of the book she'd been reading when Astoria had dared her into the most consequential moment of both their lives. She looked at Harry, in the hospital bed with his scarred hands and his open eyes, and he looked at her. She sat down on the other side of the bed from Dumbledore, opened her book, and didn't say anything. She didn't need to. She was there, and he was there, and the warmth between them was steady and present and nothing to do with blood law and everything to do with the last year of being, cautiously and then less cautiously, the kind of people who showed up for each other. Outside the hospital wing windows, the Scottish sky was doing something complicated with clouds and late-day sunlight. The year ended. Chapter 3, The Ice Queen and the Lord. The summer between first and second year was when Harry started training. Not the organized, supervised kind, nobody offered him that. Dumbledore had made promises about information, and he'd kept them unevenly, the way people do when they're trying to be more honest than their habits allow. There were 2 letters over the summer with books tucked into expanded envelopes, one on elemental ward theory, one on magical theory as it applied to ancient bloodlines. Both useful. Neither addressing the central questions Harry had left school carrying like stones in his pocket. What he was. What was coming. What he needed to be ready for. So he trained himself. He had the books from the Greengrass shelf, the Diagon Alley texts, and the Hogwarts library books he'd checked out on the last day of term with the specific methodical ruthlessness of a person who knows a long summer is coming. He practiced wand work in the small hours at Privet Drive, in the backyard if the Dursleys were asleep, in his room, Dudley's second bedroom now, which was an improvement in cubic footage if not in warmth, if they weren't. The Dursleys had recalibrated after Hagrid's visit the previous year. They didn't love him. They wouldn't. But Vernon had stopped the worst of it, with the specific caution of a man who has belatedly understood that the boy in his house has a community behind him, an invisible one, with unknown power, potentially paying attention. Harry didn't know who had made that clear to them. He suspected Mrs. Figg. He was grateful without making anything of it. Daphne wrote to him twice. Short letters, precise, informational, no warmth visible on the surface, but both letters contained information he needed and therefore were functionally warmer than most things people would have called warm. The first was about the political fallout from first year. Lucius Malfoy, she wrote in her careful hand, has been asking questions about the bond through channels that suggest he knows more than he should. Be aware that he has a source at the ministry. I don't know who yet. The second letter came in August and contained 3 pages of notes on second-year potions theory and a single line at the bottom, "My grandmother wants to meet you. I've told her it will have to wait until we're both of age. She called me a coward. I told her patience was a virtue. She said that was exactly what a coward would say." Harry read that line 3 times and smiled each time. He wrote back, "Tell her I look forward to it. And tell her she's right." A week later, tucked into a brief response from Daphne about potions ingredients, "She says you have good instincts." I said I knew. She says the fact that I said it without blushing means I'm handling this wrong. I told her to mind her own business. She told me this is her business. I'm no longer speaking to her. She seems delighted. Harry folded that letter carefully and kept it. The Hogwarts Express for second year was a different experience from first. He knew the shape of things now, knew the people, moved through the platform with Ron and Hermione with the ease of people who belong somewhere. He saw Draco Malfoy by the barrier with his father, and the contrast between Malfoy at 11 and Malfoy at 12 was mostly in confidence. The boy had been given a story about himself all summer and had arrived back wearing it like new armor. He also saw what stood next to Draco Malfoy. Lucius Malfoy was tall, pale, and expensive in the way that old money expresses itself as the obvious naturalness of dominion. He had a cane with a silver snake head and the eyes of someone who has never been told no by anyone he considered worth telling no to. He was talking to the Weasley patriarch, Arthur Weasley, warm and curious and apparently constitutionally incapable of pretending to be something he wasn't, and the interaction had the quality of a man practicing contempt for sport. Lucius Malfoy looked up as Harry passed and their eyes met, and something happened in that look that Harry catalogued precisely. Malfoy Sr. recognized him, obviously, but there was a second layer of recognition, something more particular, more calculating. He was being assessed. Not as a famous child. As a piece on a board. Harry met the assessment with complete steadiness and then looked away first, which was interesting, not a concession, just a redirection, and Lucius Malfoy's jaw tightened slightly at the lack of performance. Daphne was already on the train. She was in a compartment with Pansy Parkinson and two other Slytherin girls whose names Harry was still learning, and she saw him through the glass as he passed with Ron and Hermione, and gave him the small nod that was their standard exchange. He returned it. Ron, watching this from beside him, had upgraded his response to these exchanges from confused to accepting, which was progress. Hermione had asked Daphne directly 3 weeks into first year whether they were friends, and Daphne had said yes, cautiously, and Hermione had said I'll take it, and they'd been in a functional intellectual partnership ever since, which worked for all parties. Your dad was talking to Lucius Malfoy, Harry said to Ron. Ron pulled a face. He does that sometimes. Trying to be civil. He paused. Dad thinks Malfoy was a Death Eater. Not proven, never punished, but, yeah. Harry filed this next to Daphne's letter about Malfoy's ministry source and his questions about the bond. Second year, he said. Let's see what he set up. What Lucius Malfoy had set up, it turned out, was considerably more catastrophic than Harry anticipated and considerably more personal than he'd thought possible. The school year began with two things happening simultaneously, which Harry recognized was almost certainly not a coincidence. First, Gilderoy Lockhart, Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, who was to genuine competence what a stage set is to architecture, all surface, all performance, maintained by the elaborate confidence of someone who has found that the world often mistakes presentation for substance. Harry figured this out in 37 minutes of the first lesson and spent the rest of the year treating Lockhart's classes as independent study time while appearing to take notes. Second, the cat in the corridor on Halloween. The writing on the wall. Filch's cat petrified, the message in blood, and the sensation Harry felt standing in front of that wall, reading the words, feeling the deep cold magic beneath them, like standing at the edge of a very old and very dark lake and hearing something move in the depths. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. He stood in the crowd of students who'd found it and felt Daphne somewhere behind him, the Wormpulse location sense, and didn't turn around, because they both knew better by now than to give people a visible connection to track. What he felt from her direction was not the usual Wormpulse. It was tighter. More controlled than usual, which meant she was actively managing something. He recognized that flavor, he'd felt it twice, both times when something had scared her more than she was going to show. He found her in the library that evening, alone for once, no Pansy, no Slytherin girls, the Parkinson crowd having apparently been sent somewhere else. She was reading a book he recognized from the restricted section shelf, her grandmother's source, and she looked up when he sat down and said immediately, without preamble, "It's the basilisk." He let that land. Absorbed it. You're certain? The chamber references in Slytherin's writings, the ones in the brown books, there are annotations. She turned the book to face him. Written Parseltongue, the annotations, which he read the way he always read it now, directly and automatically. He used a basilisk. 1,000-year-old one, if the timeline is right. It's been sleeping in the chamber since he was alive. She met his eyes. The writing on the wall wasn't a threat, Harry. It was a waking call. He processed this. Someone opened the chamber. Someone who could speak Parseltongue, she said, and her voice was very careful. He understood what she wasn't saying. People are going to think it was me. Yes. Because they heard me in the dueling club. He stopped himself. That hasn't happened yet. She looked at him steadily. It will happen. Lockhart's going to propose a dueling club. It's exactly the kind of thing he does, visible, applause-attracting, no real content. You'll end up paired with Malfoy and something will happen that demonstrates your Parseltongue publicly. She paused. I'm telling you this now so you can decide how you want to handle that moment rather than reacting to it. He studied her. How do you know about the dueling club? Pansy Parkinson heard it from Draco, who heard it from his father. Lucius Malfoy is apparently very pleased about the chamber opening. He thinks it will serve his purpose. Her expression when she said his purpose was clean and controlled and covering something with hard edges underneath. Which tells me he knows what's in the chamber. Which tells me he knows something about who opened it. Or possibly arranged for something to be opened. The pieces were already connecting in Harry's head. What did Lucius Malfoy give to a student at the barrier this morning? He said slowly. She blinked. How did you? I was watching him talk to your father, Harry said. He shook hands with someone. Slipped something. Very smooth, practiced. The kind of smooth that means he's done it a lot. He paused. He gave something to Ginny Weasley. Daphne went absolutely still. She was the only student near him. Arthur Weasley was arguing with him and she was beside Weasley and Malfoy leaned down and said something and when he straightened she was holding something. Harry watched Daphne's face work through it. He targeted her specifically. She's a first-year, youngest Weasley, no particular status, but she's a girl starting at Hogwarts, which means she needs a diary, and if someone gives you a diary, you write in it, Daphne said. And if the diary has a piece of someone in it, someone old and powerful and very, very patient, she stopped. Her voice had gone flat in a way that meant she was controlling something significant. He used a Horcrux. The word was one Harry had seen in the brown books and not known. He'd noted it and meant to research it further. He looked at her. Tell me. Dark magic. The worst kind. You split your soul and store a piece of it in an object. Her voice was completely level now, the way it got when she was describing something she'd already processed the horror of and moved past into function. Whoever is in that diary, I don't know for certain, but if Lucius Malfoy arranged this, if the chamber is opening, she met his eyes. It's him, Harry. A piece of him. From 50 years ago, when he was a student here. Opening the chamber then too. Tom Riddle. Voldemort as a 16-year-old. Harry felt the coldness settle into his understanding with the specific weight of a thing that confirms what you already suspected but hoped to be wrong about. Ginny Weasley, he said. She'll write to it and it will write back and it will use her, Daphne said. Slowly. Over months. Draining her while building itself. She paused. She probably doesn't know yet. It probably hasn't started yet. How do we stop it? Harry asked. Find the diary, she said. Destroy it. She folded her hands on the table. And then deal with whatever's already awake in the chamber. The basilisk. 1,000-year-old basilisk, awake and hungry, in a school full of children. I need to find the chamber, Harry said. I know, she said. I know how to find it. The dueling club happened 3 weeks later, on a Thursday, and went exactly as Daphne had predicted in almost every particular. Lockhart's incompetence was visible from the top of the room. Harry watched Snape disarm him in the demonstration with the expression of a man who has waited for this for some time and finds it exactly as satisfying as anticipated. The pairing with Malfoy was arranged obviously, which told Harry that Malfoy knew what he was doing. Malfoy conjured a snake. Not an accident, intentional. He conjured it and pointed it at Justin Finch-Fletchley, and Harry heard the hissing build in his chest before it came out of his mouth, and he was speaking to the snake in that liquid sliding language before he'd consciously decided to, and the snake turned from Justin and coiled peacefully at Harry's feet. The room had gone completely silent. He looked up from the snake. Every face was the same, the specific expression of people who have had a belief confirmed that they'd been pushing themselves not to have. He was the heir of Slytherin. He'd opened the chamber. Of course he had. He was a Parselmouth, he was too powerful for his age, he didn't act like a proper Gryffindor hero, and now here was the proof. He looked across the room. Daphne was standing near the Slytherin side, her face showing nothing at all, which was its own kind of communication. She was waiting. Watching what he chose to do. He straightened up. The snake was attacking someone, he said, to the room at large, in a conversational tone that didn't ask for their understanding or defend itself against their assumptions. I told it not to. He picked up his wand from where he'd lowered it. Is the club over? I have reading to finish. He left. He heard Hermione fall in behind him almost immediately, and Ron after a confused moment, and in the corridor he kept walking and didn't say anything until they were well away from the assembly hall. You knew that would happen, Hermione said. Yes. And you're not, she caught up to him. You're not worried about what they think? I'm not the heir of Slytherin, Harry said. Being worried about what people think of something that isn't true is a waste of time. I need them to think what they think while I find the actual answer. He paused. Which I have a lead on. Finding the entrance to the chamber required two things, Myrtle's bathroom and a night when the corridor was empty. It required a third thing too, which was Daphne, who came to the bathroom at the appointed time looking like someone who had decided to be undaunted by haunted plumbing on principle, and stood next to Harry in front of the sink and watched him speak to it. The sink opened. The pipe descended. The chamber revealed itself, stone by stone, torch by torch, as they moved through it, a place that felt like Parseltongue looked, if that made any sense, a language-made architecture. You can feel it? Harry asked, as they went. The old wards, yes. Daphne's voice was steady and present. Like fingers. Very old. Not unfriendly, actually. She paused. The magic recognizes the blood. My family's line goes back far enough that the wards see me as, she seemed to search for the right word. Adjacent. The deeper chamber was a cathedral of serpents, stone snakes climbing pillars in the darkness, a long dark pool, and at the far end the statue of Salazar Slytherin himself, ancient and cold and somehow exactly what Harry had expected. He stood in front of it for a moment and felt the chamber's magic pressing at him with something like curiosity. You are not who opened me, the magic seemed to say, in the way that very old places speak, not words, just an impression, a sensed meaning. But you are legitimate. How do we find the diary? Daphne asked. We don't need to, Harry said. Not yet. We need to find the basilisk and make sure it can't hurt anyone before we find the diary. If we destroy the diary first, the basilisk goes wild, no control, no direction, full predatory instinct. If we deal with the basilisk first, he looked around the chamber. Then we can take our time. How do you deal with a 1,000-year-old basilisk that kills with its eyes? Daphne asked, with the air of someone asking a practical question that happens to be about something terrifying. I can talk to it, Harry said. She looked at him. You're going to negotiate with a 1,000-year-old basilisk. I'm going to try, he said. It's been asleep for 50 years. It might be, receptive. He paused. And I have a secondary option if that doesn't work. The sword, she said immediately, because she'd been doing her own research and they'd talked about the chamber's defenses twice. Gryffindor's sword. If it can be summoned. Dumbledore's portrait. The sorting hat. Either might help. He looked at her. But we're not doing that tonight. Tonight we're mapping the chamber and finding the basilisk's location and leaving without engaging it. She looked at him for a moment, reading him, the way she'd been doing for a year and a half now, that focused ring-by-ring attention. Then, you have a specific plan you're not telling me yet. I have the beginning of one, he said. I need a few more pieces. What pieces? I need to find Ginny Weasley's diary, he said. And I need to do it before she goes fully under. He'd been watching Ginny all term, the pallor, the forgetting, the way her eyes had taken on a distance that wasn't hers. Ron was worried about her in the inarticulate way of a brother who doesn't have the language for it yet. And I need Lucius Malfoy to reveal himself without knowing he's doing it. Daphne was quiet. Then, very carefully, I can help with that. I know you can, he said. But I need to know what it costs you first. She looked at him, and for a moment the guardedness dropped entirely, just briefly, just a crack, the real Daphne Greengrass visible in the space between one expression and the next. It doesn't cost me anything I'm not willing to spend, she said. He nodded and didn't push it. What Daphne did was elegant in the way that the best plans are, simple components, well-timed, achieving maximum effect with minimum exposure. She wrote to her father. She told him that the chamber situation was creating serious instability in the school and that some students were being endangered by whatever was happening, and that she had reason to believe, based on her bond connection to the school's most prominent student, that the source of the problem was traceable to a very specific origin point that would be extremely damaging for the parties involved if it became public knowledge before they could manage it. She did not name Lucius Malfoy. She named the situation. She let her father's intelligence do the work. Her father's response was to contact Lucius Malfoy. To warn him, partially. And in warning him, to create the pressure that caused Malfoy to act, specifically, to arrange for a quick disposal of the evidence, which meant retrieving the diary from wherever Ginny was keeping it. Harry found Ginny Weasley's diary not with Ginny. He found it in Draco Malfoy's bag during potions, by the very simple method of noticing that Draco had been given something by his father via owl that morning. He'd seen the hawk, the same hawk species Lucius Malfoy used, distinctive coloring, and that Draco's bag was sitting under his desk in potions at a specific angle that suggested something had recently been added to its left exterior pocket. He achioted during the confusion of an exploded cauldron, Neville's, which Harry had actually engineered this time, directing a carefully calculated error to produce a controllable mess rather than a harmful one, and used the 15 seconds of steam and Snape's redirected attention to summon the diary into his robes. He checked the name on the cover in the corridor immediately after class. T.M. Riddle. Confirmed. He held it carefully, not opening it. He'd read enough to know that opening it was an invitation, that the thing inside would reach back. He wrapped it in a handkerchief Daphne had given him in November, embroidered with the Greengrass crest and woven through with a ward seal that she'd explained neutralized active enchantments. Another piece of grandmother knowledge. It stopped thrumming the moment the handkerchief touched it. He showed it to Daphne in the library 2 hours later. She looked at the wrapped package for a moment, then at him. You stole it from Draco Malfoy. I retrieved evidence of a criminal act, Harry said. She almost smiled. Semantically adventurous. How do we destroy it? The chamber, she said immediately. Slytherin's own magic. If the chamber's deep wards can neutralize it from the outside, we bring it there and, she paused. Or the basilisk. If we can direct the venom, basilisk venom destroys Horcruxes. It's in the brown books. She met his eyes. Which suggests Slytherin built a failsafe into his own system. If the diary were ever to be used against his legacy rather than for it, the thing he'd created could unmake it. He built in a correction, Harry said. He was brilliant, Daphne said. Whatever else he was. Harry thought about this. About a brilliant man who built elaborate things and then built corrections into them, because he knew his own work might go wrong. About the difference between intelligence and judgment. We go to the chamber, he said. We deal with the basilisk. We use the venom. The basilisk has to be dead first, she said carefully. I know. The night they went back was warmer. April had arrived in the castle, and even the dungeon depth of the chamber felt less cold as they descended the pipe for the second time, moving with more confidence through the passages now that they'd mapped them. The basilisk was in the deep pool. Harry felt it before he heard it, a massive, ancient consciousness, not malevolent exactly, more like a very old and very powerful thing that had been given one purpose and had no framework for anything else. He stood at the pool's edge and spoke to it in Parseltongue, and the water moved. It surfaced slowly. It was vast, longer than the chamber's main passage was wide, scales like armor, the closed eyes that he was careful to keep closed by speaking specifically to that point, telling it to keep them shut, telling it he wasn't a threat. Telling it what it was and what had used it and that the one who had woken it was not its true master and had used it badly. He didn't know if basilisks had the capacity for moral reasoning. Probably not. But they had the capacity for something, recognition of authentic authority, maybe. He spoke to it in the language that was its language and Slytherin's language and his language, and he felt it listening. I need to ask you for something, he said, in Parseltongue, and the chamber echoed the hissing back at him in all directions. The basilisk was quiet. There's an object, Harry said. It holds something dangerous. Something that was using you. I need to use your venom to destroy it. And in return, he stopped. Thought about what a 1,000-year-old creature who had been weaponized and used might want. In return, I'll seal this chamber properly. No one else wakes you. You sleep until you choose to wake. The water was very still. Then the basilisk opened its mouth, just slightly, not enough to expose the eyes, and let one fang descend into the shallow water at the pool's edge. Harry looked at Daphne. Daphne looked at Harry. She reached into her bag and removed the wrapped diary, and Harry unwrapped it carefully and set it on the stone at the pool's edge, and the basilisk moved with a slowness that was almost contemplative and pressed its fang into the cover of T.M. Riddle's diary. The reaction was immediate and extraordinary. The diary screamed, not audibly but magically, a shriek in the chamber's wards that made the stone hum and the torches gutter and the air go briefly white. Something rose from the pages, a shape, young and cold and furious and still wearing the face of the 16-year-old who had written himself into that book, and it clawed at the air for a moment before the venom completed its work and it fell back into the pages and the pages turned grey and still. Harry picked it up. Just paper now. Paper and old leather and nothing else. He looked at the basilisk. Thank you, he said. It sank back into the pool without sound. Daphne exhaled. It was the only sound she'd made in 20 minutes, and it said a great deal. She looked at Harry and there was something in her eyes that was between awe and the specific exhaustion of someone who has held themselves very tightly together and can now, incrementally, release. That worked, she said. Yes, he agreed. You negotiated with a basilisk. I did. She looked at the pool, at the still water. Your Parseltongue is remarkable, she said. I could hear the complexity of it even without understanding the language. It sounded like water over very old stones. He looked at her. She seemed to realize what she'd just said, the unguarded quality of it, and the composure came back up, quick and practiced. But she didn't take it back. Lucius Malfoy arrived at Hogwarts in May, which Harry had expected. He came under the guise of a school governor's meeting, accompanied by 9 of the other 11 governors who had apparently signed a document calling for Dumbledore's suspension in light of the chamber attacks. It was clean political work, Harry could see the architecture of it even from a distance. Dumbledore removed from the school, no interference, the diary presumably already disposed of, the situation managed. Except the diary was already destroyed, and Harry had a copy of it in a warded box in his room, and Ginny Weasley had woken up 2 weeks ago and didn't know why she'd been forgetting things, only that she had, and Madame Pomfrey had pronounced her healthy and her parents had been informed by Owl that everything was fine. He went to the headmaster's office when the governors arrived. Dumbledore was there, standing with the quiet dignity of a man who will not argue with the mechanism being used against him but has not lost himself in the process. "Mr. Potter," Lucius Malfoy said, when Harry walked in. Not surprised, expecting him, possibly, or at least prepared for him. His eyes went to Harry with that calculating assessment again, more focused this time, looking for the shape of what he was dealing with. "This doesn't concern students." "The chamber attacks concerned students," Harry said pleasantly. "I've resolved the chamber situation. Thought the headmaster might want to know before being suspended over something that isn't ongoing." Malfoy went very still. "Resolved," he said. "The object that was waking the basilisk has been destroyed," Harry said. "The basilisk itself is dormant. The school is safe." He paused. "I have documentation of the object's origin, if the governors are interested. I've also submitted a copy to the DMLE, which has already been received and acknowledged." He looked at Malfoy with complete steadiness. The object was a diary. T.M. Riddle's diary. 50 years old. Placed in a student's belongings at the start of term by someone who apparently had access to it and a reason to use it. The room was very quiet. "Remarkable," said one of the other governors, a stout woman who'd been looking increasingly uncertain from the moment Harry walked in. Lucius Malfoy's expression had not changed visibly. But something behind his eyes had moved, he was recalculating rapidly and the calculation was not going in his favor and he knew it. He was too controlled to show anything as obvious as alarm, but Harry had been watching people for years, and the micro-adjustments were there if you knew how to look. "I'm sure the governors will want to review this development before taking any action on the suspension," Dumbledore said, mildly, without triumph. "Harry, thank you for informing me." "Of course, Professor," Harry said. He was at the door when Lucius Malfoy said, quietly, "Mr. Potter." Not loud. Not performative. Just direct, the voice of someone deciding to engage on a real level for the first time. Harry turned. Malfoy looked at him. "You've been thorough," he said. "Yes," Harry said. A pause, in which they looked at each other and understood each other, possibly for the first time, not enemies yet, but people who have just established that they are capable of doing real damage to each other and are now conducting the initial assessment. "You're 12 years old," Malfoy said. Not mocking. Almost like a fact he found difficult to process. "Almost 13, Harry said, and left. The owl from Daphne's grandmother arrived in June, on a Sunday, while Harry was sitting in the courtyard. It was a magnificent bird, an eagle owl, old and enormous and clearly opinionated about the morning, landing on the stone bench beside him with the authority of someone who has delivered important correspondence for decades and intends to be acknowledged for it. The letter was written in an elegant, slightly archaic hand, and it said, "Mr. Potter, my granddaughter tells me you destroyed a Horcrux at 12 years of age by negotiating with a sleeping basilisk and then outmaneuvered Lucius Malfoy in front of a room of governors. She told me this in the most aggressively matter-of-fact tone I have heard in 40 years, which means she was very proud and determined not to show it. I wanted you to know this because she will not tell you herself, and you should know. Come visit us this summer if you can manage it. Eugenia Greengrass. P.S. She also told me you said I was right about her being a coward. I intend to remind her of this at every available opportunity. I like you very much." Harry read it twice. Felt something warm and uncomplicated move through his chest. He wrote back immediately, "Mrs. Greengrass, I'll be there. Thank you for telling me. Harry Potter." P.S. Please do. He found Daphne in the great hall at dinner and sat down across from her, not at his house table, at hers, which made 3 Slytherin 6th years look up with the expression of people encountering a scheduling conflict, and set the letter in front of her. She read it. Her expression went through 3 things in about 2 seconds and then settled back to neutral, but the 3 things were visible: surprise, mortification, something warm. She told you, Daphne said. She told me, he said. I'm going to cancel her OWL subscription. She said she intends to remind you about the coward comment at every opportunity, Harry said. She absolutely will. Daphne slid the letter back across the table. Picked up her fork. Set it down. You should know, she said, carefully, that I don't. She stopped. I don't say things I don't mean. I know, Harry said. She looked at him. Around them, the great hall did its dinner business, noise and movement and the ordinary social weather of a school at the end of a complicated year. They were sitting across from each other at the Slytherin table and nobody was doing anything about it, and Harry found he was completely unbothered by that. You managed Malfoy, she said. He'll come back at us eventually. Yes, he said. But not this year. And when he does, we'll be older. He met her eyes. And we'll be ready. She looked at him for a moment with the ring-by-ring attention fully engaged, and then she picked up her fork again and said, You haven't eaten. Get a plate. He got a plate. Pansy Parkinson, sitting 3 seats down, watched this entire exchange with narrowed eyes and an expression that suggested she was filing it away for future use. Harry logged her attention, and Daphne clearly felt him do it, because she said without looking at him, Pansy's complicated. Not a problem yet. But worth watching, he said. Worth watching, she agreed. He ate his dinner at the Slytherin table in the waning days of his 2nd year at Hogwarts, and the bond between him and the girl across from him hummed quietly and warm, and outside the high windows the Scottish summer was beginning its slow bright business of turning the world green. Lucius Malfoy had a DMLE investigation opening against him that would come to nothing, because that was how the ministry worked, but the groundwork was there, the official record was there, and Harry had learned that building records was how you built cases, and cases were how you changed things. He was 12 years old. He had time. He was beginning to understand, the kind of person who used it. Chapter 4. The weight of old laws. The summer visit to the Greengrass estate happened in late July, and Harry arrived by flow from Mrs. Figg's sitting room with ash on his robes and considerably more composure than his first visit to Wiltshire, when he'd been 8 years old with 2 big trainers and a wall-hiding strategy. He stepped out of the fireplace into a sitting room that smelled like old books and something floral and the specific quality of air that belongs to a house where magic is used casually and constantly, the way the Dursleys' house smelled of cleaning products used to aggressively enforce the absence of anything interesting. Here the air felt lived in by something invisible and alive. Astoria was waiting in the sitting room like she'd been there for some time, sitting cross-legged on a settee with a book open in her lap and the expression of someone who has been told not to be dramatic about a guest's arrival and is managing this instruction imperfectly. She was 9 now, all braids and bright eyes and the particular confidence of a child who has been right about something important and knows it. I knew it would work, she said immediately, before Harry had fully finished arriving. Hello, Astoria, Harry said. I dared her and it worked. She closed her book with authority. Nobody ever believes me about anything. I believe you about things, Harry said, brushing ash off his sleeve. She grinned, the same transforming grin from the Wiltshire garden, and stood up. Daphne's in the garden. Grandmother's in the study. Father's in London. She delivered this itinerary with the precision of someone who has checked the schedule. Grandmother wants to see you first. She told Daphne she gets you for at least an hour before anyone else, and Daphne said that was not how guests worked, and Grandmother said that was exactly how guests worked when she invited them, and Daphne said she'd agreed to the visit too, and Grandmother said, Astoria, Daphne said from the doorway. Astoria stopped. Looked at her sister. Looked at Harry. This way, she said to Harry, pointing toward the study, and vanished up the stairs with the strategy of someone who has correctly identified where the interesting event is not. Daphne was leaning in the doorway with her arms folded, wearing something simpler than school robes, a pale gray dress that matched her eyes and clearly annoyed her by doing so, and she looked at him with a directness that was familiar and comfortable now, nothing like the careful managed distance of their first Diagon Alley conversation. "You look well," she said. "You sound surprised," Harry said. "The Dursleys," she said flatly, which contained a complete editorial. "Manageable," he said. "Better since last year." He looked at her. "You look," he stopped, because the word that came up was real, which wasn't quite right and also might be too much. "Like someone who's been in her own space for the summer." She looked at him for a moment. "Yes," she said. "Exactly that." She pushed off the doorframe. "Come on, then. Grandmother's been terrifying the house elves with anticipation since breakfast." Eugenia Greengrass was 83 years old, tiny, and the most fully awake person Harry had ever been in a room with. She was sitting in a high-backed chair near a window that overlooked the garden, surrounded by books in multiple languages and papers that had the look of correspondence conducted on many fronts simultaneously. She had silver hair and pale gray eyes, the family eyes, 3 generations of them, and when Harry walked in she looked at him the way he imagined a jeweler looked at a stone someone had brought in for assessment. The assessment took about 4 seconds. "Good," she said. "Sit." Harry sat in the chair across from her. Daphne positioned herself on the window seat behind her grandmother, which Harry suspected was a strategic location, visible to both parties, committed to neither. "My granddaughter tells me things in a very particular way," Eugenia said, without preamble. "She removes the emotion and presents the facts. It's a very elegant technique and it tells me exactly how she feels about something by what she removes." She studied Harry. "When she told me about you, she removed quite a lot." "Grandmother," Daphne said. "I'm not embarrassing you. I'm informing him." Eugenia didn't look away from Harry. "The bond. You've read the primary sources." "Yes," Harry said. "Then you know what you are to her, legally." "I know what I'm not going to be," Harry said. "I'm not going to use the dominus status to make demands. I told her that at the start." "I know. She told me." Eugenia tilted her head. "Why not? You'd be within your rights." "Because being within your rights to do something doesn't make it the right thing to do," Harry said. She was 6. I was 8. Neither of us knew what we were doing. "No. But magic knew." Eugenia held up a hand before he could respond. "I'm not arguing for fate. I'm arguing for recognition. Magic of that age and that specificity doesn't activate accidentally. It recognized something in you both, independently of the kiss." She paused. "What it recognized in her is obvious. She's the most gifted of her line in 4 generations, and I am including myself in that assessment. A beat, dry and self-aware. What it recognized in you is less obvious and considerably more significant." "The potential," Harry said. "Not just potential. Capacity." She leaned forward slightly. "There are wizards with potential who never become anything because they lack the internal structure to build on it. What Slytherin's law recognizes is not raw power, it's the capacity to use power without being destroyed by it. The capacity for restraint without weakness. The capacity for," she paused, looking for the right word. "For governance," she said finally. "Of oneself and, eventually, of things larger than oneself." Harry thought about this. Outside the window, the Wiltshire garden was doing its green July business. He could see the climbing roses on the far wall. "You're telling me the bond isn't just about protection," he said. "I'm telling you the bond is about what happens after the protection," Eugenia said. "When you're old enough and positioned well enough to do something with what you are." She sat back. The wizarding world is going to need restructuring. Whatever is coming, and something is coming, we all know it, the aftermath will require someone with legal standing that predates current political structures. The ministry is corrupt at its foundations. The old families are locked in patterns that prevent real change. The Hogwarts system perpetuates the class divisions that feed the problem. She looked at him steadily. You have standing. Ancient standing. And in 2 years you'll have something else. What? Harry asked. Sirius Black, she said. He went completely still. He's alive, Eugenia said. And not guilty, as you apparently already know. And in 2 years he escapes. I know this because I've been paying attention for 12 years to the rhythms of Azkaban and the state of its prisoner and the likelihood of his survival. She folded her hands. When he does, and the ministry will want him recaptured, because the truth of his innocence indicts them, you'll need to move very fast and very legally. The bond, Harry said slowly. The Dominus standing under pre-ministry law. You have the right to petition the Wizengamot directly, she said. Not through ministry channels. Directly. Ancient right of the bonded lord, predating the ministry by 3 centuries. No ministry official can block a petition filed under the Lex Aeterna. She watched him put the pieces together. If you file a petition citing pre-ministry law, the Wizengamot must hear it. And if you have Peter Pettigrew, I need Pettigrew alive, Harry said. He'd known this for over a year. Proof that Pettigrew framed Sirius. Yes, Eugenia said. Get me Pettigrew alive and I'll draft the petition myself. I was Wizengamot Junior Counsel in 1952. I still know the old forms. Harry looked at her. Why are you doing this? She met his eyes. Because my granddaughter chose well, even at 6, even on a dare, even without knowing what she was doing. And because I've been watching this world get worse for 40 years and the people I expected to fix it have been more interested in maintaining their positions than fixing anything. She paused. And because you remind me of someone I loved very much who died in the last war, and he would have been exactly this useful to us if he'd lived. Her voice didn't change when she said the last part, perfectly level, perfectly contained, a grief so old it had calcified into something she carried rather than felt. Harry didn't fill the silence. He let her have it. Then, I'll get Pettigrew, he said. And I'll need your help drafting the petition in advance so we can file the moment we have him. Obviously, Eugenia said. Now, she reached for a teapot that Harry hadn't noticed. Tea. And you're going to tell me everything about how you dealt with the Malfoy situation last year, because my granddaughter's account was impeccably factual and completely devoid of the part where you looked at Lucius Malfoy and refused to be afraid of him, and I want that part. Harry accepted the tea. How do you know I wasn't afraid of him? Because you were 12, she said. And Daphne tells me things by what she removes. From the window seat, Daphne made a sound that was not quite a laugh. Harry looked at her. She was looking out the window with her chin in her hand and the expression of someone pretending not to be visible. You could just be here for this conversation, Harry said to her. You don't have to pretend you're somewhere else. She looked at him. A moment. Then she got up and took the other chair and folded her hands in her lap and looked at her grandmother with an expression that said, I am present and I will not be commented on for it. Eugenia said nothing. She just smiled, briefly, into her teacup. Third year began with a Dementor on the Hogwarts Express, and Harry's reaction to it set a tone for the year that he hadn't entirely planned. He'd read about Dementors. He'd prepared, intellectually, for the cold, the despair, the specific way they worked on human psychology, the forced recollection of the worst thing that ever happened to you, the sucking away of happiness as a byproduct of their nature rather than a goal. He knew the theory. Theory and experience were different things, and the experience was worse than the theory in the way that grief is always worse than the description of grief. The Dementor came through the compartment door and Harry heard his mother scream. Not a memory, exactly. More like the impression of a memory he'd never consciously had, a woman's voice, a spell he recognized now as the killing curse, a flash of green. He heard it and felt it and was briefly somewhere else entirely, and then he was back in the compartment on the floor, and someone was shaking his shoulder. He came back to himself quickly, faster than Ron and Hermione, who'd both been affected though less severely. He registered the new professor in the compartment, Lupin, disheveled and kind-faced and clearly no stranger to Dementors, who was pressing chocolate on everyone. Harry accepted the chocolate, ate it, felt the warmth spread through him and recognized it with something approaching irony, the closest non-magical equivalent to what he felt through the bond. "First time near one?" Lupin asked. "Yes," Harry said. "What was that?" "The voice." Lupin looked at him with a careful expression that Harry filed immediately as knows more than he's showing. "The worst memory they can find. Or in your case," he paused. "In some cases, something that hasn't been fully formed into a memory yet. Something beneath ordinary recall." "My mother," Harry said. Lupin's expression shifted. Not surprise, exactly, more like old pain briefly exposed and quickly managed. "Yes." "You knew her," Harry said. Not a question. A long pause. "Yes," Lupin said. "Very well." The compartment was quiet except for the rain on the windows and the sound of the train picking up speed, moving away from whatever the Dementor had briefly made everything into. Harry filed Lupin in the category of significant, approached with care and ate his chocolate and looked out the window and thought about a woman he'd never known and the voice she'd made at the end, and the distance between theoretical grief and the real kind. Lupin's classes were the best defense lessons Harry had experienced in 3 years of magical education, which was not a high bar given that his predecessors were a fraud and a possessed collaborator, but Lupin was genuinely good, not performing competence like Lockhart, not weaponizing competence like Snape, but teaching with the ease of someone for whom the subject is integrated rather than performed. He taught them the Boggart early, the Patronus later, and in between taught them about dark creatures with a respect for the complexity of things that are dangerous but not evil. Harry learned the Patronus in October. He was not supposed to. Lupin had offered private lessons with a specificity that told Harry the man had been instructed to keep the teaching individual and controlled, but Harry worked out the theory from library texts first and then spent 3 evenings in the room of requirement, which he'd found in second year and which had become his most used resource. The Patronus came as a silver stag on the 4th attempt, and it moved through the room with the calm purposefulness of something very alive, and Harry looked at it and felt something complicated and layered move through him that he didn't have full language for. Lupin, when Harry demonstrated it in their first private session, looked at the stag with an expression that was trying very hard not to become something else. "A stag," Lupin said. "Yes," Harry said. Lupin was quiet for a moment. "Your father's animagus form was a stag," he said. "James." He called himself Prongs. Harry absorbed this. "You were close." "Best friends," Lupin said. "From first year. 4 of us, James, Sirius, Peter, and me." He said Sirius's name with the specific quality of someone who has rehearsed how to say it neutrally and not entirely succeeded. "We called ourselves the Marauders." He looked at the stag, which was still moving through the room with its steady silvered light. "I haven't seen a Patronus take that form in 11 years. "Tell me about him," Harry said. "My father. Not the stories I've been told, the real person. What he was actually like." Lupin looked at him. Something seemed to shift in the man, a decision being made, a door opening that had been kept shut by careful habit. He sat down, and he talked, and Harry sat across from him and listened, and it was one of the most important hours of his year. Sirius Black escaped Azkaban in October, which meant the Dementors were everywhere, searching, their presence over Hogsmeade and the castle grounds a constant grey weight that Harry moved through with the Patronus ready in his mind like a light he could reach for. He told Daphne at their next Thursday library session. She was already aware. The Slytherin Common Room apparently functioned as a very effective news distribution network, and the news of Sirius Black had moved through it quickly, with the specific flavor of people who had been taught to regard Sirius Black as a particular kind of monster. "Your father's reaction?" Harry asked. "Measured concern," she said. "He doesn't believe Sirius Black would come after you specifically. He thinks Black is," she paused. "He's not sure what Black is, actually. Which is interesting." "Eugenia said he was innocent," Harry said. "At the visit in July. She said it as a fact." Daphne looked at him carefully. "She told you about the escape?" "She said 2 years. She was off by 1. He paused. "She also said we needed Pettigrew. I've been thinking about that since July. He had. Constantly. Peter Pettigrew faked his death and became an animagus rat. He's been hiding in rat form for 12 years. He met her eyes. He's at Hogwarts." She went still. "He's, Scabbers," Harry said. "Ron's rat. Ron's been carrying Pettigrew around for 3 years. He watched her absorb this. Sirius knows. Sirius has always known. That's why he escaped. He found out Pettigrew was at Hogwarts and he's coming here to finish it." "Kill him," Daphne said. "That's what Sirius wants," Harry said. "But we can't let that happen. We need Pettigrew alive." He paused. "I need to find Sirius before the Ministry does, explain, and get him to understand that a living Pettigrew is worth more than a dead one." Daphne looked at him for a long moment. "Your plan is to convince an escaped prisoner who's been in Azkaban for 12 years to spare the man who destroyed his life?" "Yes." "On the grounds of legal strategy?" "Yes." She was quiet. Then, with something that was the verbal equivalent of "I have accepted this about you," grandmother's petition. "She'll have a draft ready?" "I've been corresponding with her about it since August," Harry said. "The framework is done. We need 2 things, Sirius in a location we control, and Pettigrew alive and identifiable." "The map," Daphne said suddenly. "The Marauders' map." Harry looked at her. "You know about the map?" "Draco mentioned it. His father apparently had it confiscated years ago, but it was passed through Filch and then, Draco says the Weasley twins have it." She paused. "If it shows everyone in the castle, it would show Pettigrew." "Fred and George," Harry said, and thought about 2 specific brothers who had been cheerfully helpful toward him since first year on the basis that anyone who Draco Malfoy disliked was probably worth knowing. "I can get it." He got it the following morning before breakfast, by the simple method of finding Fred and George in the corridor near the kitchens and saying, "I know what the map does and I know who made it and I need it for something serious. I'll return it." Fred and George looked at each other. They communicated in the fast shorthand of twins, one of those conversations that happens in under a second and covers more ground than a minute of actual words. "Moony, Wormtail, Padfoot, and Prongs," George said. "Moony's Lupin," Harry said. "Padfoot is Sirius Black. Prongs was my father." Another twin exchange. Then Fred reached into his bag and produced the map. "Don't lose it," Fred said. "Don't get expelled," George added. "Reasonable," Harry said, and took the map. He checked it that evening in the room of requirement, unfolding it over the practice floor and reading it by wand light. "I solemnly swear that I am up to no good," and the castle revealed itself in ink lines and moving dots. He found Pettigrew in 3 minutes. Small dot labeled Peter Pettigrew, in the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, exactly where Ron's rat lived in Ron's dormitory. He looked at the dot for a long time. Then he looked across the castle map for Sirius Black, and didn't find him, which meant he was either not inside the castle's ward boundary or was somewhere the map couldn't access. He needed a way to communicate with Sirius without the Ministry or Dumbledore seeing it first. He needed it soon. Pettigrew was jumpy, had been jumpy since the escape was announced, and if Pettigrew bolted before Harry could act, the whole plan collapsed. He went to Lupin. It was late on a Thursday evening and Lupin's office light was on, which was how Harry had planned it. He knocked and entered and found Lupin at his desk with a cup of tea and a collection of papers, and Lupin looked up with the expression of a man who has not been surprised by this student yet and is not surprised now. "I know about the marauders," Harry said, sitting down. "I know Pettigrew's alive. I know Sirius is innocent. And I know you know both of those things." Lupin set down his pen carefully. "Harry, I'm not here to argue about what you should or shouldn't have told Dumbledore," Harry said. "I'm here because I have a plan and I need your help with one part of it." He held Lupin's gaze. "I'm going to get Sirius a trial. A real one, under pre-ministry law, which means the ministry can't interfere with the process. I have a Wiesengemot petition drafted. I have the legal standing to file it under the Lex Aeterna Sanguinis." He watched Lupin's expression shift. "But I need Pettigrew alive and I need Sirius to understand why, and I need someone who can reach Sirius ahead of tonight because Pettigrew's already nervous and if he runs, how long have you been planning this?" Lupin said, in a voice that was very controlled. "Since last July," Harry said. Lupin was quiet for a long time. His teacup steamed. The office smelled like wolfsbane and old books and something that Harry had come to associate with Lupin specifically, the particular smell of someone who carries loss like whether they've learned to move through. "He'll want to kill Peter," Lupin said. "I know. He also wants his freedom more than he wants Peter dead, if I can give him that alternative." Harry paused. "You can reach him. You've been in contact, I don't know how, I don't need to know how. But you have been." Lupin didn't deny it. "Tell him the boy has a plan," Harry said. "Tell him the plan is legal and solid and has ancient standing and will actually work. Tell him," he paused, thinking about what would actually move Sirius Black. "Tell him my father would have done the same thing." Lupin made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob. He pressed his hand flat on his desk and took a moment that Harry gave him without comment. "All right," Lupin said, finally. "All right. I'll reach him." He looked at Harry. "And you need to understand that even with the best plan, there are things that could go wrong. Dementors. The ministry moving faster than you can. Pettigrew is extremely good at disappearing when frightened." "I know," Harry said. "Which is why we need to move within the week." He pulled the map from his bag and placed it on Lupin's desk. "I borrowed this from the twins. I thought you might want it for the night we move." Lupin looked at the map for a long moment. His hand moved toward it, stopped, moved again and rested on the folded parchment with the specific weight of someone touching something old and weighted with meaning. "You know who made this." "I know you helped make it," Harry said. "And I'm sorry to use it for something that wasn't its original purpose. But its original purpose was, near as I can tell, trouble. And this is definitely that." Lupin looked at him. Then he laughed, real, surprised, a sound that clearly hadn't come out of him in some time. "James would have said exactly that," he said. "Good," Harry said. "I'll take it." The full moon happened before they were ready, which was the thing that nearly broke the whole plan. Lupin had reached Sirius. Harry knew because Sirius appeared on the map 2 days later, inside the castle wards, moving through sub-passages Harry hadn't found yet. They'd established communication, Lupin as intermediary, and Sirius had been, according to Lupin, suspicious and then cautiously willing and then, when Harry's legal strategy had been explained in detail, oddly quiet for a long time before saying, "Tell the boy I want to meet him." The meeting happened in the Shrieking Shack, because Sirius apparently had history there, had used it, Lupin explained, during their school years. Harry brought Ron and Hermione and a plan that depended on everyone being rational for approximately 45 continuous minutes. Sirius Black in person was startling. He was thin, visibly, uncomfortably thin, with the hollowed quality of someone Azkaban had taken large amounts from, but his eyes were alert and very much intact, and he had an energy that filled the room in the way Harry imagined it had filled rooms when he was young and fed and free. He looked at Harry the way adults looked at Harry sometimes when grief and recognition hit them at the same time, and he didn't say anything for a long moment. Then he said, "You have Lily's eyes." "I know," Harry said. "I've been told." He looked at Sirius steadily. "Are you all right?" "I've been better," Sirius said, with a ghost of something dry and real in it that Harry liked immediately. "I hear you have a plan." "I do. But first," Harry turned to Ron. "I need you to bring me Scabbers." Ron, who had been briefed but was still processing the full weight of what he'd been carrying around for 3 years, reached into his pocket with the specific expression of someone whose entire childhood relationship with a pet had just been severely complicated. He put the rat on the floorboards. Sirius looked at the rat. His face went very still. Very cold. Harry saw the edge of what Azkaban 12 years had built in him, not madness but the specific edge of someone who has kept one purpose alive in darkness for a very long time and is now in the room with it. "Sirius," Harry said. "Not sharp. Steady." Sirius looked at him. "I need him alive," Harry said. "I know what he did. I know what you want. I need him alive because a living Pettigrew is how you go free. Dead, he's evidence no one can use. Alive, he's testimony." He held Sirius's gaze. "Will you trust me for 45 minutes? A long, long silence. Then Sirius summoned his wand from wherever he'd kept it for 12 years, the motion automatic, practiced even in starvation and cold, and he cast Revel Revelio on the rat, and Peter Pettigrew appeared on the floor of the shrieking shack in a heap of 2 large robes, small and pale and desperately rearranging his face into something that was trying to be pathetic and couldn't quite escape the guilt underneath. Pettigrew looked at Sirius. At Harry. Back at Sirius. "Sirius, you have to understand, bind him," Harry said to Hermione. Hermione didn't hesitate. She cast the binding spell with the crispness of someone who has never once in her life done magic carelessly, and Pettigrew went rigid on the floor. "Thank you," Harry said. He looked at Pettigrew. "You're going to the Wizengamot." "Not the ministry, the Wizengamot. Under pre-ministry law, which means whatever deal you thought you had with ministry officials doesn't apply." He crouched down so he was eye level with the bound man. "You're going to testify that you betrayed my parents, that you framed Sirius Black, and that you faked your death. You're going to do this not because I'm threatening you, but because it's the only path that doesn't end with you in Azkaban for the rest of your life." He paused. "If you cooperate with the testimony, you can petition for protective custody rather than imprisonment. If you don't," he straightened up, "I'll make sure every person in the wizarding world knows your name and your face and exactly what you did." Pettigrew was shaking. He was small and frightened and not particularly interesting, which Harry found almost harder to deal with than something grander would have been. This was the thing that had destroyed his family, and it was deeply, deeply ordinary. He looked at Sirius. "How long will this take?" "Filing happens immediately," Harry said. "Eugenia Greengrass files the petition tomorrow morning. She already has it ready. The Wizengamot has to hear it within 7 days under the old law. We have Pettigrew, we have Lupin as witness, we have me, and we have the petition." He paused. "And we have this." He reached into his bag and withdrew a folder, documents, formal, stamped with the Wizengamot seal he'd acquired from Eugenia's correspondence. The petition was pre-approved for filing by Madame Bones. She doesn't know who filed it yet. Eugenia filed it under her own standing as former junior counsel. "When the hearing happens and I appear, the boy who lived filing under ancient blood law for his godfather's freedom," Lupin said softly. "The daily profit will be irrelevant to the legal outcome," Harry said. "But useful for public pressure." He looked at Sirius. 7 days. Can you stay hidden for 7 more days? Sirius looked at him. He was doing something with his face that Harry recognized, containing something large because the situation required containment. "You're 13, Sirius said. "Almost 14, Harry said. "Are you in?" "A beat." Then Sirius laughed, and it was a real laugh, rough with disuse, the laugh of someone who hasn't had a reason to laugh in 12 years and is discovering the muscle memory is still there. "Yeah," he said. "I'm in." He looked at Harry with something that Harry had never seen directed at him before, at least not from someone who wasn't paid to be invested in his survival. "You are extraordinarily like your father." "Lupin said the same thing," Harry said. "I'll take it." He looked around the shrieking shack, at Ron, who was processing the loss of Scabbers with the visible dignity of someone deciding to be all right about a complicated thing, at Hermione, who was watching everything with the focused expression of someone building a complete record in real time, at Lupin, who was looking at the room with the expression of someone returned to a place that held layers of everything. Let's get back to the castle before Lupin's moon gets complicated. The Wisengamot hearing was 8 days after the filing, 1 day over the mandated window, which Harry noted and filed as an indication of someone trying to slow things down, and it happened in the ministry's formal chambers, which were underground and paneled in old wood and felt, appropriately, like something from a different era than the atrium above them. Harry wore his school robes. He could have worn something else. Eugenia had suggested formal wizarding robes, which she'd offered to source, but he chose the school robes specifically. He was 13 years old and he was going to be exactly that, visibly, while filing ancient law that predated the ministry by 3 centuries. The contrast was the point. Eugenia was beside him, small and entirely unbothered by the chamber's architecture or the 50 Wisengamot members in their seats. She had the bearing of someone who has been in rooms like this many times and found them neither impressive nor intimidating. Daphne was in the gallery. She'd come with her grandmother, who had insisted on it with the reasoning that witnesses to history should be present, and Harry had looked up at her when he entered and found her looking down at him with grey eyes and a composure that was doing a great deal of work and an expression underneath it that he read as "I'll be here." He nodded. She nodded back. Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, was presiding. She was a square-faced woman with a monocle and an expression that had been cured of all sentimentality by decades in the system, and she looked at Harry with the specific interest of someone who has been dealing with a petition under extraordinary law and now has the petitioner in the room. "This hearing is called in response to a petition filed under Article 7 of the Lex Aeterna Sanguinis," she said. The petitioner is Harry James Potter, filing in his capacity as Dominus Perpetuus under that law, on behalf of Sirius Orain Black, imprisoned without trial since November 1981. She looked at the assembled Wisengamot. "I want to note for the record that a trial for Mr. Black has never been held. Not delayed, not overlooked, never initiated. We are today addressing a 12-year imprisonment without legal process." The chamber was quiet in the way that rooms get quiet when something true has been said out loud for the first time in a long time. Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic, was in his seat at the far left of the bench with an expression that moved between embarrassment and political calculation in short cycles. He'd tried to block the hearing. Harry knew this from Eugenia, who had received 3 increasingly creative legal objections in the week leading up to today and had demolished each one in writing with the precision of someone who had 40 years of this particular skill. Fudge hadn't managed it. The ancient law had no override provision. Harry stood and gave his testimony clearly and without embellishment. He described what he'd found: Pettigrew alive, Pettigrew's animagus form, Pettigrew's own admission in the shrieking shack recorded via a pensive memory that Hermione had helped him extract and store. He presented the memory to the Wisengamot through a large basin the court had brought out at Eugenia's request, and 50 witches and wizards watched Peter Pettigrew confess. When they came out of the memory, the chamber was very still. Pettigrew, brought in under ministry guard with Lupin beside him, gave testimony that was every bit as small and frightened as Harry had expected, and every word of it was damning and every word of it was true, because Pettigrew was smart enough to understand that there was no version of this where a false account helped him. Sirius gave testimony last, standing in the chamber in clean robes that Eugenia had sourced and looking, for the first time since the shrieking shack, like the person he was before 12 years had done their work, not restored, not fully, but visible again. He was articulate and direct and occasionally very dry, and he looked at Fudge twice with an expression that said more than everything else combined. The vote was 41 for full exoneration. The 9 against were, Harry noted, the same 9 whose names appeared in connection with Lucius Malfoy's political donations in ministry records he'd obtained through Eugenia's old contacts. He filed this. Amelia Bones read the verdict and then looked at Harry. Under the terms of the petition, the Dominus is entitled to name a custodial arrangement for the exonerated party in the interim period before. Sirius Black is my guardian, Harry said. I'm petitioning to have the custodial arrangements at my current placement reviewed in favor of, Harry, Sirius said, from across the chamber, and his voice was rough. That's, yes. Obviously yes. The arrangement will require a home visit, Bones said. For Privet Drive, Harry said, is not a home. It's a placement. The distinction matters. He looked at Bones directly. I'd like the review to include the state of the accommodations and the nature of the environment. I have documentation. He opened his bag and produced a folder. A year's worth of documentation, in fact. Eugenia touched his arm, very briefly, with an expression that said well done in the compressed vocabulary of an 83-year-old woman who has spent 6 decades meaning things without explaining them. They were in the ministry atrium afterward, Harry, Sirius, Eugenia, and Lupin, who had come and testified and was standing now in his traveling robes with the expression of a man who has put down something heavy and hasn't yet learned how to hold himself without the weight. Sirius had his hand on Harry's shoulder and seemed to need it there the way people sometimes need to verify that real things are real. I've been thinking about this for 12 years, Sirius said. What I'd do if I got out. I thought about revenge for the first 5. Then I thought about, just getting to Hogwarts, finding him, ending it. He paused. I didn't think about this. About it being legal. About it being, he stopped. Right? Harry offered. Yeah, Sirius said. Right. He looked at Harry. Your father would have loved you, he said. I want you to know that. He would have been absolutely insufferable about how brilliant you are. Harry felt something move through him that was located somewhere between his chest and his throat and had been waiting, apparently, to be told exactly that by exactly this person. I know, he said, which was new. He'd never said I know to something like that before, had always deflected or said nothing. But Lupin had told him enough and Eugenia had told him enough and the stag Patronus moved through the room of requirement every time he practiced, steady as breathing, and he did know. Sirius looked at him and seemed to understand the significance of the I know. He nodded once. Above them, the atrium fountain moved in the ministry's gleaming underground day, wizards and witches crossing the marble in their ordinary business, the machinery of wizarding life conducting itself around the edges of something that had just, quietly and legally and in full view, shifted. Fudge is going to make this difficult, Lupin said, looking at the ministers retreating back across the atrium. Yes, Harry agreed. He's going to need something to redirect public attention. And something went very wrong for him today, politically. He watched Fudge go. He'll push Voldemort's return narrative, deny it, make anyone who mentions it look unstable. It's the play he has available. You think he's coming back, Sirius said. Not a question. He's already been trying, Harry said. The stone. The diary. He looked at Sirius. Not this year. But soon. He paused. I need you to be whole first. I need you to eat and sleep and be a person for a while. Everything else can wait. Sirius looked at him with an expression that was the same one Lupin had worn when Harry demonstrated the Patronus, grief and recognition finding each other in the same moment. You're an incredibly strange 13-year-old, he said. Almost 14, Harry said. Daphne appeared at his shoulder. She and Eugenia had followed them down. Eugenia already in conversation with Lupin about something that was clearly very technical. Daphne stopped beside Harry and looked at Sirius and said, with the directness that was her natural register, "You're his godfather." "I am," Sirius said, looking at her with the quick assessment of someone who hadn't expected her and is rapidly updating. "The Greengrass bond," she said. "I know about it," Sirius said. Remus explained. He studied her. "You're the one who," "Yes," she said. "At 8. 6, Harry said. Sirius blinked. 6. "It was a dare," Daphne said. "I was acting on incomplete information." "That's one way to put it," Sirius said, and the ghost of the grin that must have lit up rooms in another life briefly visited his face. He looked between them, at Daphne's composure and Harry's steadiness, and the particular quality of two people who have been each other's reference point for long enough that it shows in how they stand near each other. "Right," he said. "Right." He seemed to make a decision. "We're going to need a house." "You have a house," Harry said. "Grimmauld Place." "It's awful," Sirius said. "Then we fix it," Harry said. "You have time." Sirius was quiet for a moment. Then, "Yeah. I do." He said it like someone testing whether it was real. "I have time." "Yeah. I do." Outside the ministry, through the telephone box that served as entrance and exit, London was happening in its full summer business, noise and sun and the complete indifference of the Muggle world to what had just occurred underground. Harry stood in it for a moment and felt the ordinary aliveness of it, the way cities have their own particular warmth. Daphne was standing beside him, close enough that their shoulders were almost touching, which was new. She'd always kept a precise distance that was friendly without being physical, and this slight closing of it was deliberate and small and meant something. "Well done," she said quietly. "We did it," he said. She looked at him sidelong. "I drafted legal petitions with an octogenarian and testified about ancient blood law in front of the Wizengamot. A beat. You negotiated a basilisk and faced Peter Pettigrew in a shack. Lupin was there," Harry said. "And Hermione. And Ron. You built the team," she said. "That's the same thing." He thought about this. About teams and building and the difference between being alone with something and deciding not to be. About an 8-year-old boy in two big trainers standing near a wall and a 6-year-old girl who'd told him the better hiding spot and then thrown the plans of both of them sideways with a dare and 5 years of consequences. "Thank you," he said. "For the dare." She turned her head and looked at him directly. Something moved in her gray eyes, not the guarded thing, not the managed thing, but the thing underneath both of those that she'd been slowly, incrementally, allowing to be visible over 3 years of Thursdays in the library and late nights in alcoves and Wizengamot chambers and basilisk pits. "Don't make it weird," she said. "Too late," Harry said, and she exhaled a sound that was the closest thing to a genuine laugh he'd heard from her in direct proximity, and turned away before he could see the rest of her face. Eugenia was watching them from 3 feet away with the expression of an 83-year-old woman who is extremely pleased with herself. Harry looked at her. She looked at him. She raised her teacup, she was still holding it, somehow, had apparently transported it through the ministry somehow, in a small, deliberate toast. He raised an imaginary cup back. She smiled. Chapter 5. The Lord's Gambit. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the start of 4th year with the specific energy of an institution that has decided spectacle is more important than precedent, and Harry listened to Dumbledore's introduction in the Great Hall and thought, someone is going to use this. Not suspicion without basis. He'd spent the summer at Grimmauld Place with Sirius, who was gradually becoming a person again, filling out, sleeping properly, cooking badly but with enthusiasm, and talking with the specific urgency of someone who has 12 years of stored conversation and an audience who actually wants to hear it. Sirius had told him things about the Death Eaters, about how they operated, about the patterns of how Voldemort had run his inner circle. Sirius had been in that world before he'd refused it, and he'd retained the intelligence. Events, Sirius had said, one evening in August with the kitchen of Grimmauld Place halfway through renovation and Daphne and Eugenia present for what had become a fairly regular Thursday that had migrated to Grimmauld Place for the summer. High-profile events are how he recruits and how he tests loyalty. He always had someone on the inside of whatever the establishment was doing, ministry events, Hogwarts events, it didn't matter. If there was an audience and a structure and someone running it who trusted the wrong person, he had a play. Daphne had been listening with the quality of attention she brought to things that were going to require action. The Triwizard Tournament, she'd said. If it happens. If it happens, Sirius had agreed. Someone gets into that tournament who isn't supposed to be in it, someone dies in a task, or the tournament itself is the mechanism for something. He'd paused. He needs a ritual. To come back fully. He needs blood. He needs blood. Harry had thought about that for 2 months. So when his name came out of the goblet of fire on a Thursday evening in October, when the goblet spit the 4th name into the candlelit Great Hall and Dumbledore read it with an expression that was very carefully controlled and Hermione made a sharp sound beside him and the entire hall went from confused to electrified in the space of 3 seconds, Harry was not surprised. He was already tracking the angles. He stood up, walked to the front of the hall, and was aware of every face watching him. Some were jealous. Some were awed. Some, the 4th-year Hufflepuffs near the middle who'd supported Cedric loudly all evening, were openly hostile, which was fair, and Harry acknowledged it internally without being troubled by it. He looked at Dumbledore as he passed the staff table and Dumbledore looked back and they exchanged something brief and real. "We need to talk." "Yes," Harry said quietly as he passed. "We do." The Champions' Room. Cedric, Krum, Fleur, and Harry. The officials arrived in varying states of outrage and Harry stood in the center of it and let it run itself out, because that was how you handled it, you let people express the thing fully and then you moved. Bartemius Crouch Sr. looked at Harry with eyes that were wrong. Not obviously wrong, just slightly off, slightly too focused on something that wasn't in the room. Harry catalogued it. "You're a 4th year," Ludo Bagman said, with the good-natured incomprehension of a man who processes complexity through a sporting lens. "Under the age limit." "Yes," Harry said. "Did you put your name in?" "No." "Then who? That's the question," Harry said pleasantly. "And I'd like to help answer it, if the officials are interested. But first," he looked at Dumbledore. "The contract. I'm bound by it now, yes?" "The magical contract binds the competitor once named," Dumbledore said. "Refusing would." "I'm not refusing," Harry said. "I'm competing." He paused. "But I want it on the record that I was entered without my knowledge, by someone who had access to the goblet and the ability to bypass a supposedly unbreakable age line." He looked at Crouch. "Which means the security of this tournament has already been compromised, and I'd like that formally noted before I put myself through 3 tasks designed for someone 3 years older." Crouch's eyes did the thing again, that slight focus on something absent. "The contract is binding," he said, in a voice that was careful in the wrong way. "Yes," Harry said. "I know. I just want the record to reflect how it happened." He met Cedric's eyes across the room. The Hufflepuff looked back with a complicated expression, not hostile now, just cautious and honest. Harry nodded once. Cedric nodded back. He told Daphne everything the next morning before breakfast, in the alcove that they still used because old habits had good reasons. She listened with her arms folded and her gray eyes doing their ring-by-ring work. "Crouch," she said, when he finished. "Something's wrong with him," Harry said. "I've seen the look before. In Quirrell." He paused. "Not the same thing. Quirrell was possessed." Crouch looked, compelled. "Like someone's holding a string." "Imperious," she said flatly. "My first thought too." He shifted. "And the goblet was tampered with. Someone very good at dark arts got a 4th name in there, that's not a student prank, that's skilled work. Someone who wanted you in the tournament specifically, she said. Specifically me, he agreed. Because if Sirius is right about the ritual, blood ritual to restore a body, the ritual needs specific blood. My blood. He said it without performance. Just the fact of it. Which means someone wants me in a task where they can control the environment enough to, Harry, she said. Quietly, with something under it. I'm not going to let it happen, he said. But I need to know the shape of the trap before I walk into it, and right now I don't have enough of the shape. He looked at her. I need Sirius here. He's coming, she said. He told me in his last letter, he's attending the tournament as your supporter. He'll be at Hogsmeade. She paused. He also said to tell you that Buckbeak says hello. Harry felt the warmth of it, Sirius and his hippogriff, both of them improbably alive and free. Good. He straightened. The tasks. I need to approach them not as challenges to survive but as stages in someone else's plan. If I know what the plan needs, I know what each task is designed to do. Daphne unfolded her arms. The first task, she said. Dragons. He blinked. How do you know? Pansy's been telling Draco things and Draco's been, actually, Draco told me directly. She met his eyes. He wanted me to pass it on. I think he thought he was being subtle about the fact that he was doing something decent. Harry processed this. Draco Malfoy, who had been a consistent low-level irritant since first year and had never quite managed the open hostility he'd probably intended, sending intelligence through Daphne. He's not subtle, Harry said. He's working up to it, she said, with the specific understanding of someone who has watched Draco Malfoy trying to decide who to be for 4 years. He's not his father. He's been trying to figure out the distance between them. She paused. The dragon information is real. 4 dragons. 1 per champion. Harry thought. The other champions know? Crumb knows. Probably Fleur too, the delegations all talk. She shrugged slightly. Cedric probably doesn't. Tell Cedric, Harry said immediately. She looked at him. You're telling me to give Cedric Diggory advance intelligence. He's a good person, Harry said. He doesn't deserve to walk into a dragon unprepared. He paused. And I'm not interested in winning by default. If I win, when I win, it's because I was actually better. Daphne studied him for a moment with the look that meant she was filing something for later. I'll get a message to him, she said. Anonymously. Thank you. He pulled out a piece of parchment he'd had ready. I've been working on task strategy. Dragons, I need agility, not power. Accio for the egg once I've drawn the dragon off. The question is how to draw it off without getting killed. Flying, she said. Your broom. Exactly. You can summon the broom once I'm on the field. I'll need a second. He looked at her. She looked at him. I don't have Gryffindor access. No, but you have excellent aim and the alcove has a clear sight line to the champion's area. He smiled slightly. I've measured it. She exhaled in a way that was simultaneously exasperated and not at all surprised. Of course you have, she said. The first task was a Hungarian horntail, which was either extremely bad luck or specifically arranged, and Harry operated on the assumption of specifically arranged. The horntail was the most dangerous of the 4 dragons. He'd read the classification texts, which told him whoever had put him in the tournament had either wanted to maximize danger or hadn't been able to control the random assignment, and either interpretation was useful information. He stood in the tent beforehand and let the noise of the crowd filter through the canvas and thought about angles and momentum and the simple logic of not being where the dragon expected him to be. He wasn't afraid. He was focused, which was different and better. He also felt the warmth, sharper than usual, directional, pointing toward the spectator stands. Daphne was in place. The knowledge of it settled something. He walked out onto the field and the crowd's noise hit him, and the Hungarian horntail looked at him with the flat ancient indifference of something that assessed him as approximately one meal and not a very interesting one, and he felt absolutely clear. "Accio firebolt," he said, and the broom came, and he was in the air before the dragon had fully recalibrated. What happened after that was, in the places where he could observe it from outside himself, something close to pure. He flew like he'd been built for it, which he had, probably, the way some things are discovered rather than learned, and the horntail chased him and the crowd was a roar below and above him and all around him, and he felt the egg down there on the nest and he dove and the dragon turned and he got the egg and the crowd went absolutely over itself. He landed, and looked up at the stands, and found Sirius in the section for supporters, thinner still but solid, grinning with the full force of himself, and Sirius punched the air once, sharp and pure. Harry looked at the Slytherin section and found Daphne, seated and composed with the broom summoning gesture completed and her hands folded in her lap, and her expression was doing the thing it did when something had worked and she was not going to show how much she'd been holding. He raised the golden egg toward her from across the field. Just briefly. She looked away before anyone could see her looking. The egg screamed. He figured this out in about 4 minutes with the instinct of someone who had grown up dealing with things by getting closer to them rather than further away, and the underwater clue was clear enough once you got past the distraction of the noise. The second task was the lake. Gillyweed was the solution, and he had it from Neville, who had spent 4 years building quiet competence under the radar, who knew herbology with the depth of someone for whom it was the one place he'd never been told he was doing it wrong, who handed Harry the small grey plant the morning of the second task with the focused confidence of a person who has identified exactly where they're useful and shown up there. "You know what it does?" Neville asked. "Gillyweed. Gills, webbed hands, 59 minutes in the water." Harry looked at him. "How long have you been working this out?" "About a month," Neville said, with the expression of someone who is still surprised that the thing they've been working on turned out to be the right thing. "I thought about the egg and thought about what was in the lake and," he stopped, slightly self-conscious. "You're better than you know," Harry said, and meant it completely, and Neville looked at him the way he'd looked at him in first-year potions, like someone being given something they hadn't known they needed. The lake was cold and dark and utterly indifferent to anything happening above the surface. Harry moved through it with the gillyweed's grace. The strangeness of breathing water felt exactly as strange as it sounds and became normal in about 90 seconds, because normal was what you made things by moving through them, and found the hostages tied to the lake floor with the matter-of-fact cruelty of tournament design. Ron was there. Hermione. Cho Chang and Gabrielle Delacour. He freed Ron and looked at the others and made the calculation the tournament required him to make: take yours, leave the rest to their champions, trust the system. He felt the time pressure of the gillyweed. He also felt the wrongness of leaving people tied to the bottom of a lake and trusting a tournament that had already been compromised once. He freed all of them. He came up last, which cost him second place, and stood on the bank with the water pouring off him and the crowd doing something complicated with its noise, half applause, half confusion, and Fleur grabbed his arm and said merci with the specific intensity of someone for whom formality is the overflow valve of genuine feeling, and he nodded and found Sirius in the crowd again. Sirius was standing with his arms folded and an expression that was somewhere between proud and why would I have expected anything else. Second place after the second task. He was still in the tournament. Still positioned. Still waiting for the shape of the trap to become fully clear. The shape became clear in February, in a corridor near the defense classroom, when he saw something he wasn't supposed to see. Mad-Eye Moody, not the real one, which Harry hadn't confirmed yet but had been building toward for months, coming out of a classroom and, in the 3 seconds before he registered Harry, dropping something. Picking it up with the speed of someone catching a reflex. But not before Harry had seen it. A small, dark book. Thin. With a spine embossed with an hourly sand timer, the symbol of time magic, specifically of time reversal work. He filed it. Didn't react. nodded at Moody as they passed in the corridor and felt the man's magical eye tracking him and kept his face relaxed and continued walking. He went to Sirius in Hogsmeade that evening through the one-eyed hag passage. Sirius was in the back of the Hog's Head with Buckbeak outside the rear entrance and a butterbeer and a face that had, over the months, been resuming its own contours with increasing speed. He looked like the photograph in Hermione's copy of The Rise and Fall of the Dark Arts less and less, which was the best possible direction. "Moody," Harry said. Sirius set down his butterbeer. "What about him?" "He's not moody," Harry said. "Or he's not only moody. He's been too specifically useful toward me in too many situations, the dark arts tip before the first task, the information about the water for the second." He paused. "He's steering me. Helping me, but steering me. Toward what?" Sirius said. "The maze," Harry said. "The third task." He leaned forward. "Someone needs me in the center of the maze specifically. Not just competing, there, at the end. And the false Moody has been building a specific version of me that arrives at that center in a particular condition." He stopped. "What if the Triwizard Cup is a portkey?" Sirius was very still. "If the cup is a portkey," Harry said, "to a location where Voldemort is waiting, or the resources for a restoration ritual, then the tournament isn't the mechanism. The cup is the mechanism. The tournament is just the delivery system." He looked at Sirius. "Which means the real Moody is somewhere in this castle, which means whoever replaced him has been here all year, which means they're skilled enough to fool Dumbledore's portrait and a school full of people who knew Alastor Moody." "Polyjuice," Sirius said. "Sustained polyjuice. Which means someone's keeping the real Moody alive and accessible for," Harry worked it through. "For hair. Regular supply. They need him alive." Sirius stood up. He was still thin but he moved with the energy of someone who had found a specific thing to be useful about. "Where would you keep someone in this castle without Dumbledore's portrait or the map finding them?" "The only place the map doesn't fully penetrate," Harry said. "A trunk with multiple compartment locks. The kind with a living space built in." He paused. "I need to get into Moody's office." "You need to be careful," Sirius said. "I need to be effective," Harry corrected. "Different priority." He looked at his godfather. "I need you to go to Dumbledore. Tonight. Tell him what I've told you and tell him we need the Ministry DMLE, Bones, specifically, not Fudge, ready to move the night of the third task." He paused. "Tell him I have a plan for the maze. He needs to trust it." Sirius looked at him. "Will he?" Harry thought about Dumbledore, about what he'd learned from 2 years of negotiating a relationship with someone who was simultaneously the most useful adult in his world and the most likely to manage rather than trust him. He thought about the corridor meeting in first year, about the hospital wing, about the Wizengamot hearing that Dumbledore had attended and said nothing at but had watched everything at. "He'll trust it," Harry said. "He's been watching me for 4 years. He knows what he's got by now." Sirius smiled. "Yeah," he said. "He does. A beat. Be careful anyway." "Always," Harry said, which was not precisely true but was true in the directions that mattered. Moody's trunk. Classroom office, stone floor, 7 locks. He went on a Tuesday at 2 in the morning with Ron's invisibility cloak and a lock-opening sequence he'd learned from the lock-picking chapter in a book Sirius had given him over the summer on the grounds that every marauder knew basic Muggle lock work. The 7th lock opened to stairs going down into a space that smelled like confinement and old magic and the particular misery of someone held against their will. The real Alastor Moody was at the bottom, tied, thin, but alive, eyes, the one real eye and the magical one, tracking as Harry came down the stairs. Harry crouched beside him. "Auror Moody," he said quietly. "My name is Harry Potter. I'm getting you out." The real Moody's voice was wrecked but functional. "How long?" he rasped. "About 9 months," Harry said, working on the bonds with Diffindo at a precise angle. Moody made a sound. Not quite language. I need you to hold on for 4 more days, Harry said. The third task is Saturday. When I walk into the maze, everything moves. He looked at Moody. Can you hold on? The Auror looked at him with the single real eye that had seen, apparently, everything that the magical world could produce in 4 decades of combat. I've been holding on since September, boy, he said, roughly. Good, Harry said. I'm going to need your testimony when this is over. He conjured water and food from a small kit he'd brought, because he'd thought about the possibility of someone in a confinement space, and left them with Moody. He went back up, sealed the trunk, and walked back through the sleeping castle with the cloak over his shoulders. He stopped outside the Slytherin common room. The password had changed 3 times this year and he didn't know the current one. He wrote on a piece of parchment and slid it under the door. Maze is Saturday. I know what the cup does. I need you at the stands, center left, with a communication mirror ready. He moved back toward Gryffindor Tower. By the time he reached his dormitory, Ron was awake. He'd been asleep when Harry left, but Ron had a specific instinct for Harry's absence that had developed over 4 years of rooming together. Well? Ron said, in the low voice they used after midnight. Saturday, Harry said. All of it. Ron nodded. Tell me the plan. Harry sat on his bed and did. He told Hermione the next morning and she listened with the running calculation expression, cataloging implications, running scenarios. When he finished she was quiet for 30 seconds, which was Hermione time for a great deal of processing. The cup is a port key, she said. Yes. To a graveyard, probably. He'd want a specific location, somewhere with significance to his bloodline. She paused. Little Hangleton. That's where the Riddle family is from. There's a graveyard there. How do you know that? Harry asked. I researched his origins after 2nd year, she said, with the air of someone who would have considered it irresponsible not to. Tom Riddle Sr.'s family was from Little Hangleton. If Voldemort wants a restoration ritual that uses ancestral magic, bones of the father, flesh of the servant, she stopped. He'll need your blood specifically. The enemy's blood, forcibly taken. I know, Harry said. The restoration potion. He needs an unwilling donor. He met her eyes. Which means if I touch the cup, I go to the graveyard. Which I'm planning to do. She stared at him. You're planning to, I'm going to take Cedric with me, Harry said. 2 of us, not 1. And I'm going to be ready for what's there, and I'm going to come back with Pettigrew. He'll be there, he's the servant in the ritual. And Pettigrew is already on the Wisengamot record and I need him in custody before he disappears again. Harry, Hermione said. That's, if Voldemort is restored, he's already trying to be restored, Harry said. He's been trying since I was 1 year old. Delaying it doesn't stop it. But if I go in prepared, come back alive with Pettigrew and proof of what happened, he paused. The Ministry has been denying his return for a year already. They'll keep denying it. But physical evidence, a Death Eater in custody, a body or partial body, something real, that's harder to deny. She looked at him for a long moment with the expression of someone running the argument and finding it more solid than they want it to be. You need to come back, she said. I intend to, he said. That's the primary objective. Say it like you mean it. He met her eyes. I mean it, he said simply. I have too many things I'm in the middle of. She exhaled. What do you need from me? Watch the false Moody, he said. When I enter the maze, he'll make his move, try to ensure I get to the cup and make sure I'm alone when I do. If you and Sirius can coordinate to have someone watching him specifically during the task, done, she said, already reaching for her notebook. He found Cedric Diggory in the library on Friday afternoon, the day before the task, in a study carrel in the back where Cedric went when he needed to think without interruption. He sat down across from him and Cedric looked up and they looked at each other with the specific mutual regard of two people who have been in a tournament together for 9 months and have each decided independently that the other is all right. "The cup," Harry said quietly. "I think it's a portkey." Cedric stared at him. "To where?" "Somewhere dangerous. Specifically to get me there." He paused. "I'm going to touch it anyway because I need what's there. But I don't want you touching it unless you know what you're in for." Cedric was quiet for a moment. "You're telling me not to win," he said. "I'm telling you what I know," Harry said. "What you do with it is yours." He looked at Cedric. "But if you touch it with me, if it is a portkey, there are things waiting there that are significantly beyond tournament hazard." Cedric was a person who thought things through, Harry had noticed all year. He thought them through visibly, you could see the angles running behind his eyes. "You'd tell me," he said. "Even though telling me costs you." "I told you about the dragon last year," Harry said. "Same instinct." Cedric looked at him for a moment more. "I'm a fair duelist," he said. "I know," Harry said. "I've watched you. If you go somewhere dangerous and need backup, I won't say no," Harry said. "But I need you to make the choice fully informed. Not as the tournament demands it but as you actually want it." Cedric nodded slowly. "The cup. Portkey. I'll be ready." He paused. "Do I want to know what's waiting there?" "Honestly?" Harry said. "No. But it won't be worse than knowing and nothing being what you expected." Cedric almost smiled. "You're a strange person, Potter." "Yeah," Harry said. "I've been told." The maze was alive in the way that the best magical constructs are alive, responsive, adaptive, generating its own logic as you moved through it. Harry navigated it with the Patronus ahead of him, the silver stag clearing the path of dementors and boggarts with the calm authority of something that is specifically designed for darkness, and moved fast because time in the maze was itself a variable being manipulated. He heard Cedric call somewhere to his right and veered that way and found him dealing with a blast-ended scrut with the focused determination of someone who had prepared for this specifically. Harry hit the scrut from the side with a banishing charm that sent it into the maze wall, and Cedric shook his limbs out and said, "Thanks." "The cup's this way," Harry said. "You know where it is?" "I've been mapping the maze from its sound since I entered," Harry said. "This way." He didn't explain the bond. That the warmth was directional for more than just Daphne, that he'd been using it as a compass since first year, that the specific signature of ancient magic had been guiding him through the maze since the hedges had swallowed them. He'd talk about that later, or not. Either way. The center clearing was what he'd expected and what he'd feared in the same frame. The Triwizard Cup sat on a plinth in the middle of the clearing, glowing faintly blue with the particular light of a prepared portkey. 50 feet of grass and open space between them and it. Cedric read the light. "That's not just a prize," he said. "No," Harry said. "You still going?" "Yes." Cedric looked at it. Looked at Harry. "Together, then," he said. They walked to the cup together and took it together and the world went blue-white and pulled. The graveyard was old and cold and real. Little Hangleton. He'd been right. The headstones were weathered and the yew trees were dark and between them came the sound of footsteps before Harry had fully let go of the cup. Peter Pettigrew. Carrying something. Cedric moved instinctively and Harry said Petrificus before Cedric could get into the crossfire, because this moment required control and Cedric's instincts were good but not calibrated for this specific situation. The full body bind hit Pettigrew and he dropped, and the thing he was carrying dropped with him. The cauldron. The liquid in it moved with its own intent, dark and humming, and the thing curled in it looked up at Harry with red eyes that had been looking at him, on and off, since he was 1 year old. Voldemort. Partial. A parasite form, something between death and life, sustained by Pettigrew's work and a decade of dark preparation. More present than he'd been in Quirrell, more himself. Harry could feel it, the ambient cold of him, the specific quality of something that had unmade itself and was trying to remake itself and was not yet finished. "Harry Potter," the thing said, in a voice that was thin and high and carried its full intelligence nonetheless. "You came." "I had business here," Harry said. His wand was out. His Patronus was at his side, the stag bright and large and the graveyard dark. "And now I'm leaving." "Not yet," said the voice. "The ritual, Pettigrew is bound," Harry said. "And I haven't given you anything." He took one step back. Then another. "The restoration requires blood forcibly taken. I'm here voluntarily, which changes the magical conditions of the ritual." He watched the red eyes and saw the calculation running in them, the evaluation of whether this was true. "You know it does. Old magic. You understand old magic better than almost anyone." A silence. "You're 13, Voldemort said, and there was something in it that was almost like the assessment he'd gotten from Lucius Malfoy 2 years ago, the same involuntary recalibration of what the number meant versus what the person in front of him was doing. 14, Harry said. "My birthday was last month." He grabbed the cup from the grass where Cedric had dropped it, and he pulled Cedric in, and he thought back, and pushed the intention into the cup with the specific force of the Dominus standing that he'd never had to use quite this directly. The portkey activated. The graveyard went backwards into dark. They landed on the Hogwarts lawn on their hands and knees, Cedric gasping, Harry upright in 3 seconds. The crowd at the maze entrance was already surging forward. Dumbledore was moving faster than Harry had seen him move, robes trailing, and Sirius was running from the supporter stands with the firebolt in his hand like a weapon, and Hermione was somewhere behind him and Ron beside her. Harry stood up from the grass with his wand in his hand and Peter Pettigrew bound and unresisting at his feet, dragged through the portkey by the stunning spell's physical proximity, and he looked at Dumbledore arriving with his wand out and said, clearly, into the noise, "Pettigrew. Again. Alive. And Voldemort is in a graveyard in Little Hangleton with a cauldron and no ritual and no blood." He looked at Dumbledore. "We need the DMLE there in the next 30 minutes before he finds another way out." Dumbledore looked at Pettigrew. At Cedric, who was standing and brushing grass off his robes with an expression that suggested he was going to need several hours to process the last 10 minutes. At Harry. "Are you hurt?" Dumbledore said. "No," Harry said. "The DMLE is already mobilized," Dumbledore said, quietly. "I've been in contact with Amelia Bones since Wednesday." A pause. "I had a visit from Sirius." "Good," Harry said. Cedric said, to no one in particular, "There was a thing in a cauldron." "Yes," Harry said. "I know. I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry," Cedric said. "You told me what you knew." He looked at Harry with the steady honesty that was Cedric Diggory's fundamental characteristic. "Is it over?" "No," Harry said. "Not over. Just set back." He looked at the bound form of Peter Pettigrew on the grass. "But he's back in custody. And that matters." Sirius arrived and grabbed Harry's shoulder with both hands and looked at his face with the specific intensity of a person checking if something is real. "You're all right." "I'm all right," Harry said. Sirius exhaled something vast and long-held. "Good," he said. "Good." He held on for a moment more, and Harry let him, because Sirius was 12 years and 3 miles of bad road and he was allowed. The false Moody, revealed in the chaos as Bartemius Crouch Jr., pulled from the situation by Dumbledore who had clearly put several things together simultaneously, was being contained near the castle entrance. Harry could see Hermione coordinating with 2 ministry officials, notebook in hand, recording everything with the precise urgency of someone who understands that memory and documentation are often the only protection against selective institutional amnesia. Ron appeared at Harry's left with mud on his robes and the expression of someone who had just run across an entire lawn at speed. "Pettigrew again," he said, looking down at the bound form. "Yep," Harry said. "Does this happen to everyone or just you?" "Just me, I think." Ron nodded. "Right. Okay." He looked at Harry. "Sirius says you went to the graveyard on purpose." "I needed Pettigrew. He literally said you were going to do something exactly this insane and I told him you probably had a plan and he said," Ron stopped. "He said he knows. He said he always knows." Harry looked at Sirius, who had let go of his shoulder and was watching the DMLE activity with the sharp focus of someone newly in possession of freedom and intending to use every part of it. He looked at Hermione, cataloging everything. At Cedric, processing with the dignity of someone who had been to a very dark place and come back by choice and was sorting out what it meant. He looked at the castle above them, lit against the Scottish sky, the wards humming through the earth under his feet, old and layered, the oldest of them the particular Parseltongue signature he'd first felt at 11 years old walking past the third-floor corridor. He thought about Voldemort in a graveyard with no ritual and no blood and a plan disrupted by a 14-year-old who had been reading and building and choosing his moments for 3 years. Not finished. Not gone. The red eyes were still out there, somewhere between one form and another, calculating a new approach. But set back. Documented. With DMLE forces converging on Little Hangleton on Amelia Bones's direct order, and Pettigrew on his way to ministry custody for the second time, and this time with a full Wisengamot record and 2 prior confessions on file and no fudge with enough remaining credibility to interfere with the process. The warmth moved through him, steady, directional. He turned his head and found Daphne standing at the edge of the crowd that had gathered, still in the stand section, having come no closer than the edge because she was exactly who she was and who she was didn't run across lawns in front of crowds. She was standing with her arms folded and her gray eyes on him and an expression that was doing all the work of containing all of the previous 2 hours. He walked to her, across the lawn, and stopped in front of her. "Pettigrew," he said. "I saw," she said. "It worked." "It worked," she agreed. A pause. "You went to the graveyard." "I told you I would." "You told me it was a possibility," she said. "There's a gap between possibility and," she stopped. Something moved in her eyes, the real thing, under all the management, briefly visible. "Don't be cavalier about it." "I wasn't," he said. "I was prepared." Being prepared and being safe are not the same thing. "I know." He met her eyes. "I'm here. I came back." She looked at him for a moment, very directly, the full ring-by-ring attention without anything between them. Then she unfolded her arms and said, quietly, "I know," and turned back toward the castle with the precision of someone who has decided the conversation is complete. He walked beside her. Their shoulders were close. The bond was warm and steady. "Your grandmother's going to want a full debrief," he said. "She's already written," Daphne said. "She wants us at the estate before the express home." She called the tournament design a bureaucratic liability masquerading as tradition, and said she's very pleased with how it went. Harry laughed. "Tell her I'll be there." "She knows," Daphne said. "She said you would be." "A beat." "She said of course you'd go to the graveyard." "She called it strategically inevitable." "She's not wrong," Harry said. "She never is," Daphne said, with the specific tone of someone who found this simultaneously comforting and deeply aggravating. "I've been telling people that for 15 years and nobody listens until she's proven right." They walked up toward the castle entrance in the crowd's ambient noise, and behind them the Hogwarts lawn was full of ministry officials and celebrating students and a bound Death Eater and 2 champions who'd walked out of a maze and a graveyard and a 14-year-old's plan and arrived here, unbroken, in the Scottish summer night. Not finished. But building. Everything in its time. Chapter 6, The World Rewritten. The summer before 5th year was the summer Harry stopped waiting for the world to come to him. Grimmauld Place had been transformed over 14 months of Sirius's increasingly aggressive renovation campaign into something that wasn't quite comfortable yet but was undeniably alive, the sort of house that had been breathing bad air for so long it had forgotten what good air felt like, and was now remembering, room by room. The black family tapestry was still on the wall in the drawing room because Sirius had decided to keep it as a record rather than erase it, but he'd written innocent across his own burned-out mark in permanent spellwork ink and added a line that read also the only one with taste in smaller letters below it, which Harry suspected was going to be visible to every future occupant of the house for the next 3 centuries. Sirius cooked. He was still bad at it, but enthusiastically bad, which was a different condition than incompetently bad, and produced results that were edible approximately 60% of the time. He'd also started teaching Harry things, not formal lessons, nothing structured, just the accumulated knowledge of someone who had been a very good wizard before Azkaban and was rediscovering what that meant. Defensive theory. Advanced transfiguration. The specific Orotrack hexes that weren't taught at Hogwarts because the Board of Governors had decided in 1971 that 11-year-olds didn't need access to them, a decision that Sirius regarded with the contempt it deserved. Daphne came in August. 3 days, with Astoria and Eugenia, and the house handled it the way houses handle sudden influxes of personality, creaking, adjusting, and eventually settling into the shape of the thing. Eugenia and Sirius got on immediately and completely, which Harry should have predicted but somehow hadn't. They sat in the kitchen for 2 hours the first evening over tea and a bottle of something old that Sirius had found in the cellar, and they talked about the war, the first one, with the specific vocabulary of people who had been in it from different angles. Eugenia had been on the periphery, old enough to understand what was happening but positioned in the old families in ways that required careful navigation. Sirius had been in the middle of it, 20 years old and running on certainty and James Potter's friendship and the absolute conviction that the right side was obvious. The right side was obvious, Eugenia said. The problem was that the obvious right side was losing. We won, Sirius said. Harry won, Eugenia said, with the precision of someone making a distinction. A 1-year-old and his mother's love won. The Order of the Phoenix had been losing for 2 years. She looked at Sirius steadily. We are not going to lose this time. No, Sirius agreed. And then, more quietly, no. Harry was at the kitchen table with a book and a cup of tea and the map, which he'd returned to Fred and George but had a copy of now, and he was listening to all of this with half his attention while tracking something with the other half. He'd been tracking it since June. The pattern of Death Eater movement, low-level, carefully distributed, nothing obvious, that had started in the weeks after the tournament. He had Eugenia's ministry contacts feeding him information through a relay that kept his name off the official record of requests. He had Sirius's Aurora intelligence network, rusty but reviving. He had Daphne's access to old family communication channels. He was building a picture. He's recruiting, Harry said, without looking up from the map. Quietly. Not the old Death Eaters yet, he's still not fully restored enough to command them directly. Small people. Ones who were never formally affiliated but were sympathetic. Building a base of people who'll be in position when he makes the full return. The kitchen was quiet. He's been doing it since May, Harry continued. The graveyard set him back but not far enough. Pettigrew is in custody but Pettigrew was only ever the servant. The ritual will happen again, different location, different servant. He set down his book. Which means we need to be further along than we are before he completes it. Daphne, across the table with Astoria beside her reading her own book, Astoria was 11 now, Hogwarts bound in September, and had been reading everything she could find about magical law since July with a focused intensity that made Eugenia quietly delighted, looked at Harry and said, "Further along how?" "The Ministry," Harry said. "Specifically Fudge's position and what comes after it." Sirius set down his mug. "You're thinking about the Ministry." "I've been thinking about the Ministry since 3rd year," Harry said. "It's the mechanism he'll use," deny the return, suppress the response, leave the magical world unprepared. Fudge is going to go into full denial mode. He'll come after anyone who publicly supports the return narrative, me, Dumbledore, anyone. And he'll use institutional power to make the preparation look like threat. You're talking about Umbridge, Eugenia said. Harry looked at her. Who? Dolores Umbridge, Eugenia said. Senior Undersecretary to the Minister. Fudge's primary instrument in educational policy. She's been building toward a Hogwarts intervention since the tournament. She said the name with the specific tone of someone who has filed a person in the category of genuinely dangerous and not to be underestimated on grounds of presentation. She has a ministry appointment ready for Hogwarts. Defense against the dark arts. And she will not be teaching defense. She'll be teaching compliance, Harry said. She'll be teaching compliance, Eugenia agreed. And installing educational decrees. Fudge's mechanism for controlling what Hogwarts students know and do. She paused. She'll be specifically targeting you. Harry absorbed this. Good, he said. Sirius looked at him. Good. Better to be targeted directly than managed quietly, Harry said. If she's focused on me, she's expending energy in the wrong direction. He paused. And if she's visibly, publicly targeting a student, in ways the school can see, then she's giving me the justification to build something she can't stop without making things worse for herself. Daphne was looking at him with the full attention. What are you going to build? She said. An army, Harry said. He was right about Umbridge, and being right about it didn't make it better. She arrived at Hogwarts in a pink cardigan and a voice that managed to be simultaneously simpering and absolute, and Harry sat in the first defense lesson and listened to her explain that the ministry-approved curriculum would not include practical spellwork because the ministry had determined that students at Hogwarts had no need to use defensive spells in a safe environment such as Hogwarts, and he felt something settle in him that was cold and very focused. He did not argue with her in class. He did not react visibly. He raised his hand once, asked a question about the curriculum's alignment with the practical components of the OWL exam in a tone of entirely genuine academic inquiry, watched her explain that the ministry had determined the examination standards would be revised, and nodded and wrote in his notes. She gave him detention that evening anyway, apparently for a look he'd given her that she didn't like. He went to the detention. He sat in her office with her cats and her lace doilies and her specific brand of saccharine menace, and he wrote "I must not tell lies" with the blood quill and felt it cut into the back of his hand, and he thought about every person in that school who was going to spend a year without practical defense training while Voldemort rebuilt himself 3 counties away. He went to the room of requirement the next morning. He'd been planning the space since August. He knew what it needed to be, not a practice room, not a library, something in between and something more than either. A place where people could learn the thing Umbridge was taking away, and where the learning could happen in layers, physical skills, theory, the specific knowledge of what they were preparing for and why. He stood in the room and asked it for exactly that, and it gave him something extraordinary, a room that breathed like the castle itself, with practice space and bookshelves and a quality of attention in the walls that suggested the room had been waiting for this particular request for some time. Then he started asking people. Not the way he'd been told famous people recruited, not with the weight of his name, not with speeches, not with the boy who lived positioning that he'd avoided for 5 years. He asked them as himself, directly, in the specific language of "this is real and this is why and here is what I can give you." He started with the people he trusted. Ron, who said yes before Harry had finished the sentence. Hermione, who had been designing a curriculum since the first Umbridge lesson and handed it to Harry with the air of someone whose preparation has just found its occasion. Neville, who said yes quietly and with the kind of specific gravity that comes from a person who has been waiting for someone to ask him into something real for a very long time. Luna Lovegood, quiet, lateral, genuinely unintimidated by anything, who said yes in the specific way Luna said things, as though the question had already been resolved some time ago and the asking of it was a formality. Ginny Weasley, who said yes with a fierceness that Harry had been watching build since second year when she'd woken up from Riddle's diary and decided to become someone nothing would ever do that to again. Then the wider circle. The Hufflepuffs, who came through Cedric's network. Cedric had graduated but his reputation hadn't, and the Hufflepuffs trusted people Cedric had trusted. The Ravenclaws came through Hermione and through the natural gravity of any project that was intellectually honest about what it was doing. The Slytherins were more complicated. Daphne came to him first. Not to join, to strategize. She sat across from him in the room of requirement on a Sunday afternoon and said, "Slytherin House is watching this. Some of them are watching it the way their parents are watching it, threat assessment, ministry loyalty, political calculation." She paused. "Some of them are watching it and want to be in it." "Who?" Harry said. "Theo Knott," she said. "Blaise Zabini. Millicent Bulstrode, surprisingly, she has more personal investment in Voldemort's defeat than she shows because of what happened to her mother." And, she stopped. "Draco," Harry said. "Draco," she confirmed. They sat with that for a moment. "He won't come publicly," Harry said. "Not yet. His father is too visible an obstacle." "No," she agreed. "But he'll come privately. And if he comes privately and it's useful, it's the same thing." She met Harry's eyes. His mother wants him alive more than she wants him obedient. That's the lever. "You've been talking to him," Harry said. "We've been talking for 5 years," she said. "He's been working something out about himself that entire time and he's almost there." She looked at Harry steadily. "He's not there yet. But he's close enough that if you give him a door, he'll walk through it." Harry thought about Draco Malfoy, whom he'd been watching as a background variable since their first year. Not an enemy, not quite, more like someone running parallel to him on a different track, facing the same general direction but toward different ends, and the tracks had been bending for years toward a potential crossing. "Leave the door open," Harry said. "Don't tell him anything about the curriculum or the training. Just tell him the door exists and that nobody on my end is keeping him from it if he wants it." "That will take time," she said. "I know," Harry said. "Everything takes time." "That's fine." She nodded once. "Then, I'm joining," she said. "Publicly. This session, with my name on the parchment." She said it with the quality of someone making a decision they made some time ago and are now executing. "I've been cautious for 5 years. The caution was correct when we had less, when we were building. We have enough now that caution is starting to cost more than it protects." Harry looked at her. "Your family's political position, my father will object," she said. "I'll deal with my father. He objects to most things and then adjusts when it becomes clear the adjustment is necessary." She paused. "My grandmother is already writing him a letter about it. It's apparently 12 pages. Harry exhaled through a laugh. 12. "She drafts long," Daphne said. "She considers it a sign of commitment." Umbridge found out about the DA in February. Harry had expected it earlier, had, in fact, built the expectation of discovery into the plan from the beginning. The question was never if but when, and how do we use the when. When Dobby appeared at 3 in the morning to warn him, Harry was already awake and had been for an hour, because the warmth signal had spiked directionally toward the room and then cut off, which meant the room had been accessed and then sealed by someone who had ministry-level override charms, which meant someone had told Marietta Edgecombe. He'd known she was the weakest link, she'd been on the parchment but reluctantly, pressured by Cho, and reluctance was how you got betrayal when someone offered something better than what they were afraid of losing. He didn't hold it against her. He filed it as a structural lesson about who you brought in and why. He told the DA at the emergency meeting he managed to get in ahead of the ministry officials by 3 minutes, "This isn't the end. This is the end of Phase 1. Phase 2 is better anyway." He looked around the room at 30 faces, at Ron and Hermione and Neville and Luna and Ginny and Cedric's Hufflepuffs and Theo Knott, who had been coming quietly for 2 months and had not been on the betrayed parchment because Daphne had been very careful about which names went where. Everything you've learned in this room is yours. Nobody can take that. And we'll find another way to work together that doesn't depend on a specific location. He paused. Don't be afraid of her. She's going to make it look like she's won. She hasn't. Dumbledore took the blame. Harry watched him do it with the specific quality of someone performing an action that contains several calculations simultaneously, protecting Harry's position, removing himself from Hogwarts before Fudge could use this to permanently damage his standing, preserving the narrative for a return. He was out of the castle in 20 minutes, leaving behind a portrait that immediately began communicating its opinions about the situation to every other portrait in the building. Umbridge became headmistress. The educational decrees multiplied. The school bent under them, not breaking but bending, which was its own kind of damage. Harry ran the DA through 3 different channels that Umbridge couldn't find. The Room of Requirement adapted its approach when the original was compromised, offering different access points, different configurations. The castle itself apparently invested in what they were doing in a way that felt intentional. By March they had 43 members, regular sessions, and a level of practical competence that Harry was prepared to be proud of. He was also managing Sirius, who was going insane at Grimmauld Place. The Order of the Phoenix had remobilized, Dumbledore's network, old and new, operating out of the house in meetings that Harry was technically not supposed to be part of and attended anyway, because he'd decided that technically not supposed to was a bureaucratic category rather than a real one when the information being discussed was about his life. The Order meetings were frustrating in the specific way that well-intentioned institutions are frustrating, good people with real commitment to the right outcome, but operating with the caution of people who had been losing the last time and were afraid to commit in case they found themselves losing again. Harry sat in the back and listened and occasionally said something that changed the direction of a conversation, and the Order members responded to this with a range of reactions from grateful to unsettled that told him a great deal about who would be where when things became urgent. Sirius was the exception. Sirius was on fire, not recklessly, not the way he'd been in the Shrieking Shack, all that compressed energy without direction. This was focused. He was building something in the time he had. He'd been consulting with Eugenia on the legal architecture of the post-war reconstruction they were both assuming would be necessary, and the work they were doing was genuinely significant, precedent-setting filings, the establishment of legal positions under old law that would matter when everything had to be rebuilt. "You're planning the piece," Harry said to him one evening in March. "Somebody has to," Sirius said. "Dumbledore plans the war. You plan the war. Who plans what comes after?" "You and Eugenia," Harry said. "And Daphne," Sirius said. "She's been sending me policy drafts that are, honestly, Harry, she's remarkable. She sent me a draft framework for post-war ministry reform last week that I thought was Eugenia's work until I saw the signature." Harry thought about this. About Daphne at 15 sending ministry reform policy drafts to Sirius Black. About the distance between the girl by the stone wall in Wiltshire who'd used the alcove as a hiding spot and the person she'd become, or maybe not become, maybe just revealed, the way the bond had revealed rather than created. "Tell her I said that," Sirius said. "Tell her yourself," Harry said. "She'll value it more from you." Sirius looked at him. "You know you could just tell her she's remarkable?" Harry said. "I'm just observing that you think it," Sirius said mildly. "I think a lot of things," Harry said. "Yes," Sirius said. "You're very good at thinking things and then putting them in a very organized folder and not acting on them." "Everything in its time," Harry said. "Harry," Sirius said, with the patient expression of a man who has been alive and then nearly dead and then alive again and has some opinions about time. "That's a philosophy that works for political strategy. It's a terrible philosophy for everything else." Harry looked at his godfather for a moment. Sirius looked back. The kitchen of Grimmauld Place made its evening sounds, the ward settling, the boiler doing something, a portrait somewhere complaining about the renovation. "I know," Harry said quietly. "Good," Sirius said, and went back to his notes. The thing that changed in April was Draco Malfoy. He came to the room of requirement on a Thursday, the day that had been their day since first year, which Harry suspected was not accidental, alone, without Crabbe and Goyle, without Pansy, without any of the armor of social positioning he'd been wearing since he was 11 years old. He stood in the doorway of the room in his school robes and looked at Harry with grey eyes that were doing what Daphne's did when she'd made a decision and was committed to it. He looked terrible. Thinner than last term, with something behind the eyes that Harry recognized, the specific exhaustion of someone who has been carrying something that doesn't fit inside them anymore. "Daphne says you leave the door open," Malfoy said. "The door's open," Harry said. Malfoy looked at the room, at the practice space, the bookshelves, the evidence of months of work. He looked at Neville, who was practicing stunning spells in the far corner and had looked up at Malfoy's entrance with a carefully neutral expression. He looked at Theo Knott, who gave him the barest nod of a Slytherin acknowledging another Slytherin in unfamiliar territory. "My father," Malfoy started. "I know about your father," Harry said. A silence. "I'm not asking you to explain him," Harry said. "I'm not asking you to apologize for him or denounce him publicly or perform anything for anyone in this room. None of that is what we do here." He looked at Malfoy directly. "What we do here is learn things that will keep us alive when this gets worse than it already is. That's it." Malfoy looked at him. The grey eyes were doing something complicated, running through something, counting costs, assessing the gap between what he'd been told Harry Potter was and what Harry Potter was turning out to be, a gap that had apparently been the central navigational problem of his life for 5 years. "My mother wants me home this summer," Malfoy said. "I know," Harry said. "Narcissa Malfoy is going to need somewhere to go when her husband's position becomes untenable. She's been thinking about it for 2 years." He paused. "When that time comes, there are channels. Daphne knows them." He met Malfoy's eyes. "Nothing I'm offering you requires you to burn everything down today." Malfoy was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, quietly, without performance, without the sneer that had been his default register since they were 11, "You've known this was coming since first year." "Not all of it," Harry said honestly. "But the direction, yes." "And you've been," Malfoy looked around the room again. "Building." "Yes." Malfoy took one step into the room. Then another. He stopped beside Harry and said, without looking at him, "Show me something useful." Harry showed him. Umbridge made her mistake in May, and the mistake was the centaurs. Harry had been watching her approach the Forbidden Forest with the specific unease of someone who has been told in very clear terms by every magical authority that the centaurs are not to be interfered with, and who is doing it anyway because the Ministry designation of non-beings was a classification that Dolores Umbridge took entirely too literally. She went into the forest after Harry following a tip that someone on the DA had sold her, another structural failure, less innocent this time, and Harry had seen it coming for a week and had prepared the response accordingly. He led her into the forest because leading her in was better than letting her find him unprepared, and the centaurs did what centaurs did when someone with Umbridge's specific brand of magical arrogance entered their territory. The centaurs took her. Harry didn't stop them. He stood in the forest and listened to the hooves and the shouts, and beside him Hermione said, very quietly, "That's not, we should, she's not being harmed," Harry said. "They're making a point." He paused. "Let them make it." She looked at him. "When did you?" "I've been in correspondence with Bane since February," Harry said. "Through Hagrid. He told me she'd been in the forest twice already. I asked what they'd do if she came again." He looked at Hermione. "They told me. I told them I might be bringing her in, and they said," he stopped. "They said the stars have shown this ending many times and they were willing to be the mechanism." Hermione stared at him. "You used the centaurs." I gave them information they wanted and they made their own choice about what to do with it, Harry said. That's not the same as using. She was quiet for a moment, working through it. It's close to the same. Yes, Harry said. I know. I thought about it for 3 weeks. He looked at her. And I decided that Umbridge in Ministry custody, when she's removed from Hogwarts, becomes a legal problem that Fudge manages and we don't. Umbridge removed by Centaurs becomes a political problem that is significantly harder to spin. He paused. The story writes itself in ways that don't help the Ministry's narrative. Which is the point? Hermione exhaled. I hate that that's correct, she said. I know, he said. Me too, a little. The forest settled around them. Distantly, the castle's evening lights were coming on against the May sky. Department of Mysteries, she said. He looked at her. That's what she was actually after, Hermione said. The tip she was following, it wasn't just about the DA. Someone told her about a prophecy. At the Ministry. She thinks you're trying to get to it. I know about the prophecy, Harry said. She stared. How long? Dumbledore told me in February, Harry said. Full text. The one made before I was born. He paused. Neither can live while the other survives. Yes. I know. She processed this with the intensity of someone finding out that a colleague has been working with information they didn't share. Harry, I needed to sit with it, he said. Before I told anyone. Because it changes how you think about things. About what's being asked. He looked at her. I've sat with it. And I'm not letting it be the only thing that defines this, he said. The prophecy makes me the person who has to end it. It doesn't tell me how I live everything before that, or who I build around me, or what the world looks like when it's over. He looked at the forest's dark margin. Those parts are mine. She was quiet for a moment. Then she said, in a voice that was doing its best not to be what it was, good. Those parts are important. Yes, he said. They walked back to the castle. He went to the Department of Mysteries anyway. Not alone. Not the way Voldemort had engineered, using a false vision of Sirius to draw Harry there, which Harry had felt coming from the moment Sirius had mentioned receiving a communication that seemed off, which Sirius had immediately flagged as possibly being a planted lure because Sirius was now, functionally, very good at this. He went with his full team and he went with Sirius beside him and he went knowing what was there, which meant the Department of Mysteries was not a rescue mission and not a trap but a controlled engagement. He went to remove the prophecy from the equation. The Ministry at midnight was something specific, the atrium's fountain dark and still, the lifts operating on their own logic, the levels below the official floors smelling like old magic and the specific quality of things that had been studying themselves for centuries. The Department of Mysteries was exactly what its name implied, and Harry moved through it with his DA-trained team and Sirius and the map's version of the space that he'd built from Dumbledore's descriptions and Eugenia's old Ministry access notes. The Death Eaters were there. He'd expected them, 12, masked, positioned with the practiced efficiency of people who had been told to wait and were good at it. Lucius Malfoy at the front, and Harry recognized the posture before the mask, the expensive stillness of it. The Hall of Prophecy. Row 97. The orb. Harry picked it up and looked at it and felt the voices inside it pressing at the glass, the prophetic record of Trelawney's unwitting moment of genuine sight, pressing against its container with the urgency of something that had been waiting for the right hands for 15 years. He looked at it and felt, with the complete clarity of someone who has spent 2 months deciding what he thinks about being prophesied at, entirely unbothered. I'll take that, said Lucius Malfoy. No, Harry said pleasantly, you won't. Then he dropped it. The orb hit the stone floor and shattered, and the voices came out, a shimmer in the air, a sound like all possible futures collapsing into one moment, and then silence. The Death Eaters went absolutely still. That was the only copy, Harry said. The record's gone. You can't give him what doesn't exist anymore. He looked at Lucius Malfoy through the mask. And now neither of us has it. A pause. Then Malfoy's wand came up and everything happened at once. Harry had run this scenario in the room of requirement for 3 months. 43 people, hours of practice, Sirius's aura training supplementing his own, the specific disciplines of people who had been learning to fight not for points but because the world was going to need them to be good at it. The Hall of Prophecy was chaos in the way that large spaces become chaos, too much happening in too many directions, orbs falling and shattering, voices erupting and fading, the Death Eaters moving with their practiced dark precision against a team that had something they didn't. Knowledge of each other. Trust at speed. Ron took a hit from a confusing curse and kept his feet. Hermione got behind a shelving row and directed operations with the efficiency of someone commanding a very complicated logistics network. Neville, who had been afraid of his own competence for 5 years, fought with something that Harry recognized as the precise application of everything he'd ever learned combined with the specific fury of someone whose parents were in St. Mungo's because of the people his wand was pointing at. Luna fought with the serene efficiency of someone for whom the strangeness of the situation is no stranger than any other Tuesday. Ginny fought like she'd been waiting. Sirius fought at Harry's back and they moved through the hall like they'd been doing it for years, because in some important sense they had, not in practice but in the rhythm of how they thought, which had been aligning since the kitchen of Grimmauld Place and the summer of Sirius learning to be a person again. Malfoy fell. Then Bellatrix, who had come through a door at the back of the hall with 3 others and whose approach Harry had felt before he saw her, the bond warmth spiking cold and directional in a way that had developed this specific flavor for dark magic after 4 years of calibration. He hit her with a combined stunner and binding charm that she deflected partially but not fully, which was enough, and she skidded on the hall's stone floor and regrouped with the specific fury of someone who had expected easy targets. Sirius dueled Bellatrix with the full controlled power of someone who had been one of the best of his generation and had not, despite everything, forgotten how. It was remarkable to watch, and Harry did watch it, for 3 seconds, from across the hall, because seeing Sirius like this was something worth seeing. Not the hollow man of Azkaban or the rebuilding man of Grimmauld Place but this, the full person he was, moving and deciding and fully present in the world he'd fought for, the world he'd gotten back. Harry ended the engagement by summoning all 12 wands simultaneously. He'd been building the spell for 2 months. Hermione had worked the theory with him, a modified Accio keyed not to specific objects but to a category of object in a radius, requiring significant magical output and precise focus, and he'd practiced it until it was as automatic as breathing. 12 wands flew out of 12 hands and landed in a pile at Harry's feet, and the Death Eaters stood in the Hall of Prophecy unarmed and, briefly, exactly as they should have been for the last 20 years. Stunned, bound, wandless. All 12. Sirius was breathing hard, standing over a stunned Bellatrix with his wand in his hand and an expression that was the most alive Harry had ever seen on any person. He looked at his cousin on the floor and then at Harry and he exhaled something that had been waiting a very long time. Clear, Harry said, and heard it echoed back through the hall from multiple positions. The DMLE arrived 8 minutes later, which meant Amelia Bones had positioned them close, which meant she'd expected this, which meant someone had told her, which Harry had arranged through a 3-stage communication system involving Eugenia's owl and a specific ministry contact whose name he intended to keep off every record he controlled. 12 Death Eaters in ministry custody. Lucius Malfoy, again, and Bellatrix Lestrange and 10 others, caught in an actual act of dark magic use in a ministry building, with 30 witnesses and Sirius Black's aura-qualified testimony and Hermione's complete contemporaneous notes. Undeniable. Harry stood in the atrium while the DMLE moved around him and felt the weight of it, not celebration, not quite. Something more structural. A thing built, a place arrived at. Dumbledore appeared through the flow with the gravity of someone who has been moving fast through the world and has arrived exactly where he needs to be. He looked at the bound Death Eaters. He looked at Harry. "It's done," Harry said. "Yes," Dumbledore said. It is. He looked around the atrium, at the ministry's beautiful underground architecture, at the fountain that stood unlit at this hour, at the officials moving in patterns of documented urgency. Fudge will be here in 20 minutes, he said. He will need to make a statement. He'll need to acknowledge Voldemort's return, Harry said. Yes, Dumbledore said. He will. A pause. He won't want to. He doesn't have a choice, Harry said. 12 Death Eaters caught using dark magic in his ministry, Lucius Malfoy's mask in an evidence bag, and the Prophet's photographer who happened to be here because someone told him to be here. He looked at Dumbledore. He doesn't have a version of this that doesn't include the acknowledgement. Dumbledore looked at him for a moment, the way he'd been looking at Harry since they'd started having real conversations in first year, with the specific quality of someone who has watched something grow from a seed and is encountering it as a tree and is still updating. You told the photographer, he said. 2 days ago, Harry said. Yes. The prophecy, Dumbledore said. You shattered it. I did, Harry said. You know what it said. Yes, Harry said. You told me in February. Neither can live while the other survives. He met Dumbledore's eyes. I know what that means. I know what it's asking. I'm not afraid of it. He paused. But I'm not letting it be the only thing that was true about any of this. The prophecy is about an ending. Everything else, he gestured at the atrium, at the arrested Death Eaters, at the people he'd brought here. Everything else is about building something worth ending for. Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice had something in it that Harry had only heard once before, in the hospital wing at the end of first year, not the performing warmth, not the careful management, but the real thing underneath all of it, old and genuine and clear. You are right, he said simply. I have sometimes lost sight of that distinction. Between the ending and the building. He paused. I should have told you everything from the beginning. Yes, Harry said. But you didn't, and I found out, and here we are. He looked at his headmaster. I need you fully in the fight going forward. Not managing the pieces. In it. Yes, Dumbledore said. I understand. Fudge arrived at the 11th minute with his lime green bowler hat and a face cycling through the colors of a man who knows he has run out of road. He looked at the Death Eaters. He looked at Harry. He looked at Dumbledore. He looked at the photographer who was already photographing everything, efficiently and without apology. The ministry recognizes, Harry said, into the silence, clearly, with just enough volume to be audible to the photographer and the DMLE officials and the 3 portraits on the atrium wall that he knew fed information into both the Hogwarts system and the Wisengamot record, that Lord Voldemort has returned. The evidence is in this room. The witnesses are on record. He looked at Fudge. Minister. Fudge opened his mouth. Then he closed it. Then he looked at Lucius Malfoy, bound on the atrium floor, and at Bellatrix Lestrange beside him, and at the pile of wands in Hermione's evidence bag, and at Dumbledore, and at Harry, and at everything he'd spent a year building toward this denial, and at the complete impossibility of the denial. The ministry, Fudge said, in a voice that was doing its best to sound authoritative, acknowledges. He stopped. Tried again. The ministry is forced to acknowledge. The ministry acknowledges, Harry said, one more time, firmly, filling the space the word forced had created. Because the record mattered. The specific phrasing of it mattered. Fudge looked at him. There was something in his eyes that was beyond embarrassment or political calculation, the specific expression of a man encountering someone he has been underestimating for a very long time and arriving at the full weight of that error all at once. The ministry acknowledges, Fudge said, the return of he who. He stopped at Harry's expression. Voldemort. The photographer's camera flashed. He found Sirius outside the ministry, on the steps, in the early morning London air. Sirius was sitting on the top step with his robes still marked from the duel and his face turned up to the sky, London sky, orange-grey with urban light, the stars invisible but there. Harry sat beside him. "Bella's in custody," Sirius said. "Yes," Harry said. "She'll be tried." "Yes. Eugenia's already filed the supplementary charges. She'll be tried under the full Wiesengemot process, not a ministry tribunal." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "The Longbottoms," he said. "I know," Harry said. He thought about Neville, who had fought tonight with a precision that was partly skill and entirely something more than skill, the specific wholeness of a person doing the thing that answers the question they've been carrying for years. Neville was extraordinary tonight. He was, Sirius said. Frank and Alice would have, he stopped. They would have been something else to see. Both of them. In their time. He exhaled. Too many people in their time. Harry sat with that. The city breathed around them. London at 4 in the morning was not asleep, it was in its between state, the city's equivalent of the room of requirement, everything possible that isn't yet anything specific. Cabs and distant sirens and the smell of the Thames 3 streets away. The world the Dursleys lived in, that had been his world for 10 years, unbothered by everything that had just happened underground. "It's not over," Harry said. "I know," Sirius said. "He's still out there." "The restoration still hasn't, Harry," Sirius said. "Not stopping him. Just calling his name." He stopped. "I know it's not over," Sirius said. "I know there's more. I know you know exactly what comes next and you've already started planning it." He looked at Harry with the eyes of someone who has been this specific age and will never be it again and carries that knowledge. "But can we sit here for 10 minutes first?" Harry looked at him. Looked at the sky. "Yeah," he said. "Yeah, we can." They sat. After a while Sirius said, without leading up to it, "She's been in contact with me about the reform drafts. Daphne. She CC'd me on a letter to Eugenia last week about the Wiesengemot seat allocation and it had a footnote that said," he stopped, clearly trying not to smile. "It said she thought the reforms would be more politically viable if they were introduced by someone with current Hogwarts standing in conjunction with the Dominus filing." It was a very precise footnote. "She's always precise," Harry said. "She was describing you," Sirius said. "Very precisely. In a footnote about policy." Harry looked at the orange-grey sky. "She dared to kiss you," Sirius said. "At 6 years old. On a dare. And then she spent 9 years being very precise about footnotes instead of just, Sirius," Harry said. "I'm just saying." "I know what you're saying." "Good," Sirius said. "Make sure you say it back." The train home for the summer left at 11, and Harry was at platform 9 3/4 at 10:40 with his trunk and his owl and the specific feeling of a year that had been enormous and was still not done becoming what it was going to be. Daphne was on the platform with Astoria, who had completed her first year at Hogwarts with the focused intensity of a person who had been waiting to get there for as long as she could remember. Astoria was currently describing her charms final to Daphne with the energy of someone who has discovered they are excellent at something and finds this completely vindicating. Daphne was listening with the specific expression she wore when Astoria was being her most Astoria and Daphne was not going to admit how much she loved it. Harry stopped in front of them. Astoria looked up. "We won," she said, immediately, meaning the DA and the Department of Mysteries and everything, because news traveled at Hogwarts at speeds that suggested the castle itself was gossiping. "We did a lot," Harry said. "It's not done." "I know," Astoria said. "Daphne explained the full strategic situation to me on Tuesday." She said this with the air of someone who has received a briefing and considers herself fully current. "I have thoughts. I look forward to hearing them," Harry said. Astoria grinned, the transforming grin, still exactly itself after 7 years, and picked up her end of the trunk situation and moved tactfully toward the train with the seamless efficiency of someone who has very good instincts about when to leave a conversation. Harry looked at Daphne. She looked at him. The platform was doing its usual end-of-year business around them, families and owls and trolleys and the Hogwarts Express doing its preparatory breathing, and in the middle of it, they stood in the specific quiet that had developed between them over 5 years of building something together. "Good year," she said. "Better than most," he said. "Fudge will resign by September," she said. "Bones will likely stand. The Wisengamot reform drafts will have their first reading in October if the political timing holds." She paused. "I've CC'd Sirius on the latest version. He told me," Harry said. "The footnote," she said, with the smallest inflection of something that was not quite mortification and not quite amusement. "The footnote," he confirmed. She looked at him. He looked at her. Around them the platform was full of noise and nobody was paying any particular attention to two fifth-years standing near a pillar, which was how it had always been. The best conversations happened in the ordinary margins of things. "I was 6, she said. "I didn't know what I was doing." "No," he said. "And then I knew what I'd done and she stopped. "I was angry about it. For a while. Not at you. At the situation. At the fact that something had been decided before I could decide it." "I know," he said. And then, she looked somewhere past his shoulder. Looked back. "And then it became something I was glad about." "Which is different." She met his eyes directly. "I want to be clear that those are two different things. The bond isn't the reason. I'm glad the bond happened because it brought us here. But it's not she seemed to make a decision. "It's not the reason." The station noise moved around them. The Hogwarts Express exhaled its first impatient breath of steam. "I know," Harry said. "I've known for a while." She looked at him. "How long?" He thought about it honestly. "The Goblet of Fire," he said. "When I came back from the graveyard and the first thing I said was your name." He paused. "Not strategically. Not because of the bond. Just because, you were the first thing." She was quiet for a moment. "The chamber," she said. "Second year. The basilisk. When you negotiated with it," she stopped. "I knew then. Or I understood something I'd known for longer than then." He looked at her. She looked at him. "Sirius told me to say something," he said. "My grandmother will have told me the same thing in approximately the letter I'll find at home tonight," she said. "They're not wrong," he said. "No," she said. "They're almost never wrong. It's extremely irritating. A beat. I think we're capable of figuring this out without our godfather and an octogenarian both weighing in. We're both very good at strategies," Harry said. "We're somewhat worse at this specifically." "Yes," she said. "I've thought about it," he said. "For a long time." In the folder. Something moved in her gray eyes, the real thing, all the way through, no management, nothing above it or around it. "Me too," she said quietly. The train's whistle sounded. He reached out and took her hand. Not dramatically, just picked it up, straightforward, the way he did most things, directly and without apology. Her hand was warm and still for a moment and then not still, her fingers finding the space between his like they'd made the calculation and arrived at the answer at the same speed. They stood like that for a moment, on the platform, in the ordinary station noise, and it was nothing like the weight of old laws or the shimmer of ancient magic between them. It was just two people choosing something, in full information, with the specific freedom of a choice that belongs entirely to them. Then the train whistle sounded again, more insistently. "We should get on," she said. "Yes," he said. He didn't let go of her hand. She didn't take it back. They walked to the train together, and Astoria saw them from the compartment window and made a face of such extreme vindication that it was visible from the platform, and Daphne looked up at her sister and gave her the most withering expression in her considerable repertoire. And Astoria pointed at them both and mouthed "I told you," with the complete satisfaction of someone who dared their sister to kiss a boy at age 6 and has been waiting 9 years for the acknowledgement. Harry laughed. Daphne didn't. But her hand tightened in his, which was better. They found their compartment, Ron already there with chocolate and a game of chess set up, Hermione with 3 books open simultaneously, Neville with a plant he was clearly hoping nobody would comment on, Luna reading a magazine upside down with the serenity of someone for whom reality is a flexible concept. Harry sat down. Daphne sat across from him, which was where she always sat, and crossed her ankles and opened a book with the practiced composure of someone conducting a completely normal journey. Ron looked at their hands, or the absence of their hands, Harry's in his lap, Daphne's on her book, and looked at Harry, and said nothing, which was Ron at his best. Hermione looked up from her 3 books and looked at Harry and then at Daphne and then at Harry again and said, with the controlled precision of someone who has 3 strong feelings and is choosing one to deploy, finally. Daphne turned a page. "Mind your own business, Hermione." "I've been minding my business about this for 4 years, Hermione said. "I've been extremely patient." "You've been watching," Daphne said. "Watching and being patient," Hermione said. "They're compatible." Luna looked up from her magazine. "The Nargles have been saying this for ages," she said helpfully. "Luna," Harry said. "Sorry," Luna said, and went back to her magazine, completely unoffended. The Hogwarts Express moved. The station slid backward and then London and then the city, and the Scottish landscape began its approach, green and enormous and real in the way that things are real when you're moving through them with your eyes open. Harry looked out the window. Beside him, Ron was already winning the chess game against himself, which was a sign of a good summer ahead. Hermione had consolidated to 2 books. Neville's plant was doing something quiet and botanical in its pot. Luna was still upside down. He thought about what was coming. He always thought about what was coming, it was the way his mind worked, the forward tracking, the strategic accounting. There was more to do. Voldemort still existed in his partial state somewhere. The Ministry would take months to restructure. The wizarding world had been running on fear and denial for so long that the acknowledgement was just the beginning of the much harder work of actually doing something about it. The prophecy was gone. Just words now. He knew what it said, but the record of it was scattered on the Hall of Prophecy floor, and the knowing of it was his to carry and nobody else's to use. Neither can live while the other survives. He'd sat with it for months and he'd come to something that he suspected Dumbledore had been trying to arrive at from the other direction for years. The prophecy described an ending, not a life. The life was his. What he did with it, who he built it with, what he stood for, what he made with the power that the blood law had seen and his mother had protected and his own choices had shaped into something real, those were his. He thought about Sirius on the Ministry steps in the London morning, looking at the sky. He thought about Eugenia raising a teacup in a toast and an octogenarian woman who had been right about everything and said so, always, with complete serenity. He thought about Neville in the Hall of Prophecy, fighting with the fury of someone answering a question. About Ron saying best move with a knight in the chess set and then not flinching from what it cost. About Hermione cataloging everything so the record would survive when memory didn't. About Daphne's hand in his on a train platform, choosing something in full information for the first time, no dares, no 6-year-olds, no ancient magic requiring recognition, just a choice, clean and real and entirely theirs. He turned from the window. Daphne looked up from her book. She wasn't reading, she'd been looking at the same page for 20 minutes, which he knew because he'd been watching her in the window reflection. "What are you thinking?" she asked. He thought about the question. About everything it contained, the year and the years before it, the building and the fighting, the legal filings and the basilisk and the graveyard and a boy by a wall in Wiltshire with 2 big trainers, and a girl who'd told him there was a better hiding spot and then thrown both their plans sideways. That we have a lot of work left, he said. Yes, she said. And that I want to do it, he said. She looked at him. The gray eyes were completely open, no management, no distance, the full ring-by-ring attention brought to bear on exactly this. So do I, she said. Outside the compartment window, Scotland opened itself up, vast and green and permanent, the kind of landscape that makes you understand why people fight for things, why they build things, why the work of making the world better is worth the cost of it being hard. The train moved toward it. Harry let himself be exactly where he was.